Hello, everybody. Hang on, I need my text. And I don't need to edit anything on it. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing tonight? I apologize for the... Oops. Bumped my mic. I apologize for the slightly longer than usual wait time on the starting screen. Or I guess it wasn't that long actually, but I had some last minute chores to take care of. But yes, how are we all doing tonight? We have some more Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel. Our last few Fate streams, let's see, day 10, day 9, day 8. Yeah, our last like 3 Fate streams in a row have all been crazy busy. Had a lot happening, but day 11 is not that bad. We're finally taking some time to chill, so I think we're just gonna go ahead and get into it.
じゃあ一旦ここでお別れね。
Oh,
家に
that's
戻って荷
right.
物を持ってくるから、シロは先に行ってて。
I forgot last time we actually didn't finish day 10. Alright, so we're finishing day 10 first, and then we're getting into day 11. I'm sorry, I completely forgot we didn't finish it.
荷物を持ってくるって、もしかして登坂、うちに来る気か？
当たり前でしょ。これから共同戦線を張るんだから一緒にいなくてどうするのよ。うちはイリアが嫌がるし、そっちにはさくらもいるし、どう考えても本拠地はあなたの家でしょ。
そっか。言われてみればそうだよな。
まったく、牢に入ってると思ったらなんか抜けてるし、ちょっと選択誤ったかな。
Tosaka sighs and starts walking in the opposite direction.
イリア、うちはこっちだぞ。なんだって登坂についていくんだ。
ちょっとね。リンゴ手を貸してほしいって言うから助けてあげるの。終わったらすぐ行くから、シローは先に帰っていて。
Ilya's going to help Tosaka?
登坂、本当か？
本当よ。ことがことだから、こっちも秘密兵器の一つや二つは必要でしょ。私だけじゃ開かない蓋も、アインツベルンの魔術師となら開くかもしれない。けど、できれば見つけたくない。登坂の遺産、騎手アの置き土産が想像通りのものなら、私だけじゃどうにもならないから。
Alright, hang on. I'm going to update the stream titles in order to reflect the fact that we are starting with the last part of day 10. Edit. Day 10, part 2, and day 11. That's YouTube. And that is Twitch. Alright.
じゃあ、私も行くね。騎手アの遺産になんて興味はないけど、ゼルシュバインオーグの使ってた宝箱は綺麗そうだし。
Ilya's skirt flutters as she runs off. Ah, they're getting that ready.
騎手はゼルシュバインオーグ。
K-Scope Man! I tilt my head in wonder. I've never heard those names before. Are they famous among legitimate magi? They're all the same person, I believe. Zell would probably be Zelrech, although Not interested in Kisher's keepsake, but Zellschwein. If they... I don't know. I'm just thinking Kisher, Zellrecht, Schweinorg. I assume it's all referring to the same person. I don't remember. The guests have left. The chapel regains its silence, and the priest looks up at the statue.
いいのか、聖杯を逃して。
The voice comes from behind. Where was he hiding? The golden-haired man asks the priest cheerfully.
構わん。初めから執着があったわけではない。聖杯が彼らにつくのなら止めはしない。
そうだったな。もとより私に望みはない。その言が偽りでないのなら、聖杯を押し止めるのは道理に合わん。
The man laughs. The priest's words, as if to make fun of the fact that he has no wish. He does indeed speak the truth. It is just that the golden-haired man cannot comprehend the fact, but the priest has no wish. Kotomine Kirei does not need the power of the Holy Grail. All he has is a thorough inquiry. The Holy Grail merely answers one's wish. It is a machine to create the desired outcome for one's own question. Is there a meaning in obtaining the answer that one wishes for?
ことみね、重ねて問うが、本当に聖杯に興味はないと？
願望期に用はない。それはお前とて同じだろう、ギルガメッシュ。お前の目的も私の目的も、その実自らの願いではない。単にそうした方が楽しいからという快楽追求でしかない。そのようなものは食事と同じだ。願いとは自身を叶えるもの。だが自ら願いを叶えては人間は救われん。
The priest keeps staring up at the statue, and beyond it, to 10 years in the past, when he still had a wish. The man is a child his father was gifted with on a pilgrimage in 1967. The name Kirei is supposedly a word of a prayer. The father named his son in the hope that he would be pure and beautiful. The boy grew up according to his expectations. Even as a young child, he had morals and good sense, showing such great insight that people thought he was precocious. The father was delighted to be blessed with a great successor, and the son knew of his father's delight. It is a great pleasure for a parent to know his child is gifted. That must have been why the man considered him valuable. Understanding this, the boy grew just as his father expected. There was no doubt. His inability to love his father was unrelated to meeting the man's expectations. The boy named Kirei grew up healthy. But there was one point. He could not understand the beauty of which his father spoke. One morning, he realized the inconsistency. He woke up, raised his head, and knew. He was not sure why he understood at that moment. No, he wondered why it took him so long to realize. In either case, he knew what he had forgotten. His father prayed for him to be beautiful and named him Kirei. That had always been his question. The things his father considered beautiful, the boy had never considered beautiful. It was as simple as that. He considered moths beautiful instead of butterflies. He considered poisonous plants beautiful instead of roses. He considered the evil beautiful instead of the good. He had a common man's sense of morality, recognizing that it is correct to be good. But by his nature, the boy was only interested in the exact opposite. Nobody can understand the agony he felt. Even Kotomine himself was never certain whether it was agony or not. But he worked hard. He tried to be pure and beautiful, and pursued something he did not have from the start. Shaving away the skin, ripping off the flesh, and dislocating the bones. He even tried looking within his body for what he could not find in his mind. His father spent over 10 years on his pilgrimage wearing thorned shoes. The distance he walked could stretch to the moon. It was not for physical pain. For missionaries, the mental pain is far more significant. The boy abstained from eating during their pious act. If he was a sinner by nature, then according to the morals he believed in, he needed to punish himself to maintain balance in the world. 10 years passed. Unable to reach the epiphany he sought, he arrived at a single conclusion in its place. It was simple. In short, he did not have the sense to feel normal happiness. Good matters that people consider right and find happiness in, philanthropy, trust, glory, safety. Such matters did not delight him, and it's just that he was born with the deficiency. All he took pleasure in was the suffering of others. Murder by others, love and hatred of others, degradation of others. Such negative concepts were the only things that made him feel happiness. His misfortune was carrying a sense of morality, even when he had such a mind. The child understood at a young age that he was not in accord with the world, and he tried his best to overcome it. He did not surrender to his condition by indulging in twisted pleasure. He tried to save himself, one who could not find happiness in any normal way, by turning himself into a normal person. And the path was his creed, to become a priest and preach life like his father. It is said that God forgives everything. So he thought God would even save someone who was not born with it like himself. But the result was tragic. He abode by the rules of God, followed the law, and lived modestly, but he could not find any pleasure greater than the pain of others. He believed in the church's teaching that forbade immorality, yet immorality was all he had. But there was no anguish there. From the beginning, he sought after something that did not exist. He did not lose something he had, so there was no reason for him to grieve. The only thing that concerned the priest as he matured was the question, why? Yes, at every crossroads of his life. The pleasure of committing crimes. One could understand if he reveled in his own corruption, satisfying his urges by committing crimes himself. Wealth gained from evil deeds. It would make sense if he entrapped others out of greed and obtained wealth. But what was wrong with him to not even have the option of turning from good to evil? Who could possibly be born a defective being and end his life still detached from the world? Do they not come into this world with the premise that they harm the world? Call of good sense, acknowledgement of morals, trial of justice. Every one of these conclude that evil should not exist. But what about it? If it should not exist, why are such things created? That is right. If one has a deficiency, one should not be born. The world hates evil and removes the faults. But something that was never wanted was given life. There are beings that exist to be hated and die. The man inquired where the crime was. His reward for years of anguish and blind devotion was not salvation. Just why? It is a pure question, and also anger towards something unknown.
では なぜマスターになどなった？望みがないのであらば聖杯などいらぬだろうに。
The inquiring words bring him back to the present. The priest, Kotomine Kirei, nods in self-derision.
聖杯はいらなかった。ただその中身に関心があっただけだ。10年前聖杯を求めたのもそれがあろうとしたからだ。聖杯が何であれ生まれ出ようとする者を祝福する。それが私の仕事だからな。
それは生まれてくる者に微塵の関心も持たなくともか？
無論だ。前回の聖杯戦争でさえ私は聖杯にもその中身にも関心はなかった。あの時にあったものは私と正反対の男に対する不快感だけだった。
But the priest ponders. He can only find pleasure in others' suffering, but he is interested in the end of this Holy Grail war. Zoken's actions behind the scenes. Another Holy Grail that is about to be born. Someone called all evils of this world was brought into existence by the people, but not wanted by the people. If it would conceive such a thing, maybe that is...
善悪の所在。殻に詰め込まれながら帰ることのなかったもの。
The Holy Grail cannot give answers. The wish-granting machine fulfills its owner's desire. So no revelation can be obtained even if someone without a wish obtains it. But...
答えを出すのではなく、答えを出せるものを聖杯から生み落とすとしたらどうなる？
何？
The man narrows his eyes. The priest is smiling in front of the statue.
ことみね。
That smile is that of a dying woman. That expression is worn by a man with no interest or desire.
答えは近い。仮にこの疑問が神を冒涜するというのなら。
His eyes aren't showing joy. The priest, like an angel that fell to the ground.
神前においてこの前例をかけ我が主さえ問い殺そう。
Looks up at the distant sky with cursing eyes. So learned a little bit more about Kirei. This priest can fit so many issues in him. I trudge up the hill. The town is unlively. It's still 8 or 9 o'clock, but the town is desolate and devoid of any human presence. Before I know it, I'm stopping and leaning against a wall. My left arm is burning. Maybe my tension went away by being alone, but my left arm started to hurt ever since I got to this hill.
そりゃそうか。よその腕を無理やりつけてるんだから痛まないはずがない。
I can't get my breathing together. My arm gets hotter with every step. When it gets hotter than my normal temperature, pain attacks my chest from my arm.
痛いのは腕じゃなくてこっち側なわけか。
I lean on a fence and take a deep breath. I think I understand where the pain is coming from. Basically, it's trying to cool off. I don't know how, but my left arm gets hotter every time it moves. When it overheats, the arm sends the excess to the rest of my body. That heat is enough to burn me, causing the pain. The heat enters my body with a sharp pain, and it's more like a cut than a burn. Every time I feel the red dizziness, I feel like I'm getting a long knife inserted from my shoulders and churned inside of me. It's not something I can bear many times. I've had my stomach torn by Berserker and my ribs crushed by Rider. Even with such experiences in mind, the prospect of getting stabbed by my own body sends a chill through me. Oh, you better get used to it.
体温を上げずにおけば、こいつだっておとなしくする。
I try to relax while looking up at the sky. It's been 20 minutes since I parted with Tosuka and Ilya. I should have been home by now, but I can't let Sakura see me like this. I have to keep the abnormality of my left arm to myself.
くそ、琴峰のやつ。何が実生活に支障はないだ。こいつになれるのは一筋縄じゃいかないぞ。
I place my hand on my left shoulder and press against the arm covered in red cloth. Hard and rigid as steel, it doesn't even budge. Well, I've stopped sweating and my breathing is back to normal. It's getting late, so I should quickly go home and see Sakura while I still look well.
Tadaima!
After taking a deep breath, I holler out and enter my house.
おかえりなさい、先輩。
Maybe Sakura's been waiting all this time because she's already at the entrance.
なんだよ、元気ないな。出迎えてくれたのは嬉しいけど、そんな顔じゃ素直に喜べないぞ。
I take off my shoes and go up into my house. I want to rest for today. I'll fill her in on what's happened today after I drink a cup of tea in the living room.
そういうわけにもいかないか。お茶の前に事情を話しておかないとな。
Tosuka will be coming soon. I have to tell her about what's going on beforehand, or she'll be on guard against Tosuka.
さくら、今日のことなんだけど。
先輩、何もおっしゃらないんですか？
Then, Sakura says something with difficulty.
何もって何が？
She keeps silent. She's looking at my left arm.
まあ、これのことか。そうだよな。見かけがこんなんじゃ普通驚く。
It's covered with cloth that doesn't look anything like bandages. Even if she doesn't know what went on, she would assume something happened to my arm.
うん、ちょっと怪我した。けど問題なく動くし、もうなんともない。本当はこんな布も邪魔なだけなんだけど、琴峰のやつが外すなってうるさくてさ。まあ治療してもらった手前もあるし、おとなしく言うことは聞いとくんだけど。
I pat my left arm to show her it's all right. But Sakura is even more silent now.
さくら？いや、本当に大丈夫なんだぞ。大げさなだけで、ただのかすり傷だって。こんなのはすぐに治るし、さくらが気にするようなことじゃ。
かすり傷なわけないじゃないですか。もう先輩の腕ですらないんですよ。指先だって満足に動かないのに、どうしてそんなこと言うんですか？
Yeah, I don't know how you thought you were gonna get away with that, Shiro.
いくら私だってそんな見えすいた嘘になんか騙されません。それとも先輩は私に話しても無駄だから黙ってるんですか？
Her reply is like fire. My insensitivity leaves me speechless. I haven't even considered how Sakura felt all day today, waiting for me here.
さくら。
ごめんなさい先輩。責めるつもりじゃなかったんです。私はただ先輩があんまりにも無茶をして先輩自身のことを大事にしてあげないのが。
違う。あ、いや、さくらの言う通りだけど違う。俺、怒鳴られて怒ったわけじゃない。真剣に怒ったさくらを見たのは初めてだから、驚いて 反省した。
反省したって。
ああ、確かに強がるのは良くない。それがさくらならなおさらだ。きっと俺はさくらにかっこ悪いところを見せたくなかったんだ。だから強がって平気なふりをした。けど考えてみればそっちの方がかっこ悪い。さくらが怒るのも当たり前だ。
いえ、先輩がかっこ悪いなんてそんなこと絶対ないですけど。
Whoops, I was muted. I do look bad. Man, don't tell Sakura about it so she doesn't get worried. No, I was just putting on a show to look tough.
ああ、ごめんなさくら。俺やられちまった。腕はなんとかなったけどさくらの役には立てなかった。
そんなことないです。先輩は立派でした。私は見てませんけど、すごくかっこよかったです。
いや、これが本当に情けなかったんで、そう言われると辛い。満足にイリアも助けられなかったし、ただ逃げ帰ってくるだけだったし。
いいえ、それでもちゃんと帰ってきてくれました。先輩が約束を守ってくれたので、私はすごく嬉しいです。
うん、それはよかった。
I scratch my head. But, well, I'm embarrassed, but happy at the same time.
そうだな。とりあえず生きてるだけで合格点だよな。はい。
先輩はかっこいいです。私、惚れ直しちゃいました。
Sakura must have cheered up if she can say something like that with a big smile. I don't know how to reply to something like that, so...
こういう時はどう返せばいいんだろう、遠坂。
さあ、私の意見としては、あんまり玄関先でイチャつかないでほしいってことぐらいね。
I asked Tosaka, who is standing behind me. Our voices overlap. Sakura and I both jump back at the same time.
遠坂、いつからそこに？
遠坂先輩、なんでうちにいるんですか？
And we give the same reaction again.
いつからそこにじゃないわよ。もう話がついてるかと思えば、二人して仲良く喧嘩してるし。まったく、今がどんな状況なのか分かってるの？シロ。
Drag him. Tosaka sets down a large bag next to the door. Behind her is... Ilya, silently radiating a strange pressure.
遠坂先輩、昨日の続きなら私は構いません。先輩が守ってくれる以上、私だって魔導の魔術師として全力であなたと戦います。
Sakura clenches her fists and glares at Tosaka. Well, it's more like a frog desperately opposing a glaring snake.
それもまだ聞いてなかったのね。いい？さくら。とりあえずあなたの処置は保留するわ。私の最優先事項はゾウケンを倒すこと。あなたとの決着はその後よ。まあ、ゾウケンさえ倒してしまえば、あなたと戦うこともなくなるから、うまくいけばゾウケンを倒すだけでことは済むわけだけど。それじゃあ、遠坂先輩はあなた、いえ、シローと協力して造剣退治をするってことで、そうなると離れて過ごすのはもったいないでしょ。だから今夜からここで生活してシローを鍛えることにしたの。 短期間で戦力になってもらうにはスパルタしかないしね。そういうわけだからしばらく白を借りるわ。荒領事になるけど問題ないわよね。
Tosuka Rin sets a schedule even I haven't heard about.
待った遠坂、そんなこといきなり。
そんなのダメです。ね、いえ、遠坂先輩はどんな権利があってそんなこと言うんですか？
言われてもさ、ほら心の準備とかあるじゃんか。
I stutter off. Of course, my opinion is dismissed by Sakura's voice and Tosuka's glance.
あら、権利さえあればいいの？ならますます問題ないわね。彼が生きているのは私のおかげだもの。その借りを返すまでシローは私の言うことを聞くしかないの。居場所を明け渡せって言えば明け渡してくれるし、ちゃんと3食付きにしてって言ったらしてくれるのよね。
Tosuka, those lines could bring on a big misunderstanding.
そんな、本当なんですか先輩？
まあ遠坂の発言にはところどころ反論したいんだが、言
And
って
you're
るこ
not
とは
going
本
to
当だ。
clarify at all?
それに仲間は多い方がいいだろ。造剣が桜を狙っているのは確かなんだ。遠坂がいてくれるなら確実に桜を守れる。
And Tosuka is Sakura's older sister. If possible, I want them to be together, not fighting.
わかりました。先輩がそう言うなら納得します。
Sakura averts her gaze.
決まりね。それじゃあ上がらせてもらうわよ。ほらシロ、客間に案内して。前に上がった時離れの客間に目をつけてたんだから。ああ、イリアはどこがいい？別にどこでもいいけど、そこの女の近くは嫌よ。そうなの？ならイリアは和室ね。
They're carrying on a relaxed conversation, and it sounds like they're close enough now to call each other by name.
あ、そうだ、桜、こっちの子がイリア。バーサーカーはやられちまったけど、なんとかイリアだけは助けられた。遠坂同様、これからうちで預かるけど仲良くしてやってくれ。
I introduce Ilya to Sakura and Sakura to Ilya.
よろしくさくら。マキリの娘だそうだけど、軽蔑はしないであげるわ。一応シローの知り合いみたいだし、特別に人間扱いしてあげる。そうですね。じゃあ私もあなたと同じように振る舞います。
That's the entirety of their introduction. Ilya follows after Tosuka to the living room. And Sakura watches her go with cold eyes. Dinner commenced like a storm. No, it's misleading to use the word storm. That was more like a calm wind. Since there was no wind, I didn't feel the passage of time, and dinner ended like that. The atmosphere was painfully tense.
夕飯なら私が作りましょうか？引っ越しそばのようなものだし。
Tosuka made dinner by herself after that. I hate to say it, but it tasted better than mine. Sakura might just be even with her in Western food, her specialty.
遠坂先輩、お料理上手なんですね。
Sakura was torn apart in shock, and she started eating silently. I couldn't do anything extra because I was worried about things like Tosuka's food, the fact that I'm eating Tosuka's handmade meal, Sakura's dejection, Ilya's tension, and Sakura's tension. As a result, I couldn't taste how good Tosuka's meal was. I was just made to realize how perfect Tosuka is throughout the hour. So,
じゃあ私は部屋の準備があるから引き上げるわ。詳しい話は明日の朝にするから今夜はもう休みなさい。
Tosuka even washes the dishes perfectly, then heads out.
私も部屋に行ってるわ。今日森に行った人はみんな疲れてるんだから早めに寝ないと体が持たないわよ。
It must be an insinuating remark to Sakura, who stayed at this house today. Ilya speaks without looking at Sakura and gets up.
なんだって言うんだ、まったく。
Tosuka is just as expected, but Ilya's acting strange. She's acting as cold towards Sakura as she did towards me the first time we met.
イリア、さくらとは初対面のくせに、なんであんなに突っかかるんだろう。やっぱり、アインツベルンとマキリって仲が悪いのかな。
According to Kotomine, Ainsburn, Makiri, and Tosuka are noble families of magi who started the Holy Grail War. It seems the Ainsburns were the highest ranked, so from her point of view, Tosuka and Sakura must be below her.
誤解しないでくれよ、さくら。イリアは気難しいからあんなことを言ってるけど、ちょっと話せばすぐに仲良くなれる。あいつ、単に人見知りが激しいだけって、さくら
Sakura doesn't reply. Sorry, had to yawn. I'm tired. She shakes her head back and forth and gradually starts falling back.
さくら
I grab her shoulders to stop the fall.
あれ、先輩、どうしたんですか？そんな怖い顔して。
Sakura hasn't noticed. She looks at me like nothing happened, completely oblivious to her near collapse.
いや、別に大したことじゃない。
I let go of her. That must be why she noticed.
すみません。ちょっと疲れてたから眠っちゃってました。
She apologizes for something she doesn't know about.
そっか、昨日の今日だし、さくらは安静にしてないとな。遠坂もああ言ってたし、今日はもう寝よう。無理に起きてる必要はない。
そうですね。じゃあお言葉に甘えちゃいます。今晩ぐっすり眠ればきっと明日には元気になってますし。今夜は遠坂先輩にご馳走してもらいましたから明日の朝は私が受け持ちますね。先輩仕込みの朝食で仕返ししてあげちゃいます。
Sakura smiles jokingly and gets up. She looks to be standing steadily. It won't change anything to follow her to the guest room. Sakura seems well, so I have to believe in her.
そうだな。おごれる遠坂の鼻をへし折ってやってくれ。さくらが最後の砦だ。正直、ここで遠坂に一撃くれておかないと後がない。
任せてください。きっとワンパンチしてみせますから。
頼もしいな。じゃあ、及ばずながら俺もなんか手伝わせてくれ。今夜はさっさと寝て、明日の朝6時に台所に集合ってことでいいかな。
お待ちしています先輩。
Sakura bows and heads to the porch. Then,
先輩、さっきのこと姉さんには黙っていてください。
Sakura speaks in a tense voice without turning around.
ああ、ただの居眠りなんだから遠坂に言うほどのことじゃないだろ。
はい、おやすみなさい先輩。
She closes the shoji. Sakura leaves without turning around. She must have been talking about the fact that she almost collapsed. Sakura hasn't recovered as much as she thinks. Kotomine said she won't last more than a few days. Even ignoring what Zoken will do to her, she is unstable. That's why Sakura's trying to act fine. As if telling us that she's alright, and that we don't need to worry about her.
姉さんか。
Sakura says that word only when she's alone with me. And only when she's feeling faint-hearted. Sakura calls Tosuka Nee-san when she can't suppress her cries for help. Their complicated upbringing created a wall between them. They may be able to return to being normal sisters if that wall is destroyed. That might be the best thing I can do for Sakura right now.
二人ともギクシャクしてるけど脈はあるし。
This situation was dumped in our laps, but it may be a good opportunity after all. I wake up. My pajamas are drenched in sweat, and my futon is kicked away. I wipe my forehead and feel that it's wet with sweat. I can't think straight. My brain might be fried from the midsummer-like heat. I can't figure out what time it is or where I am, no matter how hard I think. I go out into the yard. I want to cool off my body more than anything. I don't know if the heat is coming from the room or my body. I'm too lazy to think, so I'll sleep in the shed tonight. It's cold there, at the very least. It doesn't matter if it's hot or... A sudden, sharp pain brings me to my knees. I stay crouched, breathing heavily. I wake up. I squeeze my left arm, the cause of the heat and the pain. The shroud is still wrapped around it. The red cloth is restraining my arm. I can move it, but it's wrapped so tight that the circulation is restricted. Maybe this cloth is the cause of the pain.
案外これを取れば元通りだったりしてな。
The wild idea sounds very attractive. First of all, I never saw what's under this red cloth. It's not that I don't trust that priest, but I'm sure he makes mistakes too. Maybe nothing is wrong with my arm, and my real arm will be there if I take off this cloth. My arm isn't steel. The cloth is just making my arm stiff, so if I remove it... Now, believe it or not, this is not a decision that matters. This decision does not affect anything. However, it does not appear that anybody is here to make this decision. So I'm gonna say, release it. See what happens. My normal arm should be there. What? I can't breathe. My nerves. It hurts. I'm alive, but where is my sense? It's cold. Death, hurry. I have to quickly get it back on. It's scary. The arm below the cloth is... It's black. An arm that is not mine. I mean, technically it is yours. What was I doing? I unwrapped the cloth because of this sudden idea. I don't understand what happened after that. What has been done to me? What will be done to me? It only happened a few seconds ago, but I can't remember at all. I'll die if I release it. The priest's words were true. I don't know what'll happen, but what's under this cloth is not mine.
忘れろ。ただ 筆が動かないだけだ。これ以上考えればきっと。
I'll slow down because of fear. That's not allowed. Archer's arm wasn't transplanted onto me so that I could cower in fear.
そうだ。今は俺の腕なんかよりさくらのことを考えないと。
Sakura wasn't that different from this morning, but I don't know when she might collapse. I have to defeat Zouken and obtain the Holy Grail before that. I have to think about how to do that. A way to beat Zouken and Assassin with one arm. No, they aren't the only enemies. There are the mysterious enemies too. I don't know their circumstances. I don't know what that black shadow is, nor if Saber became Zouken's servant. All I know is that she's my enemy now. To be honest, I know. We have no chance of victory. I don't know what this pain will be like in the future. The difference in our powers is overwhelming, and I'm not even sure about myself. How can I protect Sakura in such a state? I stand up at the sound of footsteps. I know who it is without looking. The servant in a black outfit is silent like always. She usually doesn't make a sound when she walks, but I'm sure she wanted me to hear her coming.
なんか用か、ライダー。
A rider looks down at me silently. Huh. This is totally unrelated, but Ryder's tall. There's something wrong with me too for noticing it now. She's honestly not that tall. I always forget how tall she is. Hang on. But she's like not nearly as tall as they would have you think. Hang on just a moment. She is... She is 172 centimeters, which is like 5'7", 5'8"-ish. Like she's tall for a woman, I guess, especially by Japanese standards, but she's not like crazy tall. She's normal person tall. Also, hello Adam, welcome, welcome.
何がおかしいのですか、シロ。
She is not tall enough to have a whole complex about her height.
ね、あ、今のは違うよ。ライダー、俺より背が高いだろ。もう随分と顔を合わせてきたのに、今になって気がついてさ。我ながら間の抜けたやつだって分かったんだ。
Shiro's 167 centimeters, which is about 5'5", 5'6". So again, it's not much of a height difference.
そうですか。先ほどは苦しんでいるように見えましたが、いらぬ気遣いだったようですね。
It might just be me, but Ryder sounds angry.
それよりライダー、今日助けてくれたのはお前か？記憶にないんだけど、あの森から教会まで運んでくれたのはライダーの気がするんだけど。
そうですね。
It's like barely 2
あなたた
inches,
ちを
yeah.
運んだのは私です。さくらはあなたを守れと言った。私はサーバントとして彼女の命に従ったまでです。
そうか。それは助かったけど、ライダーを使ったってことはさくらも魔力を使ったってことだよな。じゃあ、
ええ、 残り少ない桜の魔力はさらに失われたということです。今日のように桜が私を使えば、私は桜を食いつぶしてしまうでしょう。
Ryder plainly speaks. There's no pity or hatred towards Sakura. Ryder is only stating the natural fact as a servant.
ライダー、一つ聞いていいか？
構いません。尋ね事があるのなら先にどうぞ。
じゃあ聞く。ライダーはサクラがレイジをなくしたらそのままサクラを殺すのか？
A master that uses up her command spells is first targeted by her servant. If they have not established a relationship of mutual trust, Ryder will mercilessly kill her master, using her life to stay in this world until she can form another contract. Ryder is protecting Sakura out of duty. I see no affection there, because you're stupid. That's why I want to know what Ryder's feelings are.
どうなんだ？お前はサクラを殺すのか？
ええ。さくらがそれを望むのなら、私の手で楽にしようとは考えています。ですがシロ、私は彼女の生存を望んでいる。
じゃあライダーはレイジが亡くなってもサクラを襲わないんだな。
レイジの縛りは関係ありません。私はさくらがマスターである限り、自らの意志で彼女を守る。私は彼女が好きですから。
あ、本当に？
ええ。意外ですか、シロ。
いや、すまん。勘違いしてた。そんな風には見えなかったから、つい。
謝る必要はありません。私はさくらとまともに話したことはありませんし、さくらも私には話しかけない。けれどシロ、サーバントは自分に近いものに呼ばれるのです。あなたがセーバーを召喚したのは偶然ではなく、その魂のあり方が近いからでしょう。そういった意味で言えば、私とさくらは同じものです。もともと饒舌ではないのですから、会話がないのも当然でしょう。そのようなものがなくとも、私たちはお互いをよく分かっています。
I hear warm emotion in Ryder's voice. I imagined her to be cruel because of her appearance, but maybe Ryder is actually quite gentle.
そっか。それはよかった。ライダーがサクラの味方でいてくれてすごく嬉しい。
そうですか。では私の番ですね。シロ、あなたはサクラがマキリの家にもらわれてから今まで何に耐えてきたか分かっていますか？
それは。
There's no way I'd know. Well, Kotomine told me what kind of things she went through.
わからない。だからそれを口にすることもしちゃいけないと思う。
Yes. I'm a magus, and I know what kind of a person Zoken is. It's easy to imagine what happened, and my imagination should be close to reality. But I should not easily mention that I understand.
でしょうね。さくらはあなたに知られないように努めてきた。そのあなたがここでわかるなどと口にすれば、私はあなたを。
それはサクラのために。
ええ。けれどその必要はなかったようです。あなたは未熟で不器用ですが、その真にあるものは信用に足ります。だからこそさくらにとってあなたは救いだったのでしょう。長い間彼女の中には諦めしかなかった。絶望し、ただ受け入れるだけの日々が延々と続いていた。そこに変化が生じたのはあなたと知り合ってからです。シロ、あなたはさくらに諦め以外の なくしていた諸々の感情を取り戻させた。その中で最も大きかったのは痛みと苦しみですが、それでも諦めるだけだった彼女にとって、あなたは唯一確かな救いだったのです。
I don't really know what Ryder is trying to say. I cannot understand what Sakura has been through, so I don't know why she likes me. But Ryder's words are true because she shares her feelings with Sakura, her master. As if speaking for Sakura, Ryder quietly states,
シロ、あなたはさくらを幸せにすると言いましたが、さくらにとってはこの2年間こそが幸福だった。
with quiet sorrow and appreciation.
私が尋ねたかったのはそれだけです。さくらの幸福はあなたが生きてそばにいてくれるということ。それ以外に彼女が望むものなどない。
Ryder presses the question on me through her blindfolds, asking me if I understand what that means. For Mato Sakura, the fact that Emi Ashiro was fighting threatens her happiness. So Ryder is condemning me for what I'm planning to do with my body.
けど俺は
I tightly grasp my stiff left arm. If I can fight with one arm, I should. I swore to save Sakura. I chose to fight for Sakura and not to stop the war. So, if I stop fighting now, I'll be nobody. Silence falls. Ryder is silent, and I have no reply. How long has it been?
あなたはさくらの味方ですか？シロ、この先にたとえ何があったとしても。
I don't even need to think about Ryder's question. Emi Ashiro chose to be Mato Sakura's ally. Then I should nod without hesitation. I understand, but I can't express my feelings.
たとえ何があったとしても。
Because I realize what those words mean.
わかりました。ここで無理をせずとも答えはいずれ出ます。その時までに覚悟を決めておくのですね。
Ryder leaves as if melting into the night. I watch her disappear, then look up at the sky. Yes. I couldn't answer her because I realized the mysterious shadow, the unstable left arm, the ideal I sought for years then threw away. Everything is telling me that once I obtain the Holy Grail, it can make any wish come true. But my wish to provide Sakura happiness is an illusion that can never become reality. Ooh, this interlude screen is red. I see a dream inside the breeding box. Abandoned nest. Black pupa. There's no memory of the birth. Flourishing. The roots are unknown from the beginning. There's no memory of the day of destruction. Swaying as I walk. Wavering brain is empty. And the grinding intention is forgotten. Is this scene the one I think it is? Shivering and trembling. The dried limbs are like paper balloons, rolling across the ground. Floating comes after maturing. Roaring. Roaring. Roaring.
おい、見ろよ。あれ、 なんかのあいつ。
Someone approaches with squeaking.
あ、いい女じゃん。裸足？やべえ。顔色。
People approach me.
だな。飛沫。お相手。やらねえ？
Dried up laughing voices. I do not remember tempting them. I am scared, so I should go home.
おい、何逃げだお前。
待てって。な？あったのかやか。
いいんじゃねえの？カッタラソン。町へあるねえって。
そうなってことはいいか？
賛成。僕は困ってる人だ。
Oops. This is such an interesting effect on the voices. I wonder if what they did was like write out a full line and have the voice actors read out the full line and then just like cut out segments of it. They follow me. They echo loudly in my head. So my stomach growls.
"飼育箱の夢を見る」。今夜虫を潰した。
Right, that's not the scene I thought it was, but ooh. And now, an hour after starting stream, we're actually getting into day 11. But first, I will be right back. I will be back in a moment. we're back. Let's get back into this. Light that destroys my eyes. The strong headwind pushes my mind and body away from the entrance. The light is too strong for me to perceive what it is. My body, exposed to the wind, is rusting with each passing second. How long will I stay here? An infinity that is not even a second, and an instant close to an eternity. With no sense of time, years change to seconds. Therefore, my body is eternally exposed to the wind, polished and clouded like a mirror, and crumbling apart. Go forward. This place is painful. A zero gravity without any handhold. An airless vacuum. The world of wind erosion is not a place one can stay in human form. That's why I move forward. My volume doubles with each step I take, and it gets harder to breathe. 1 step. 2 steps. The 3rd step is impossible. I can't go any farther. The wind gets stronger the more I advance, tearing at my body. But I have to move forward if I want to escape. The wind is coming from the other side of the light. The light is the entrance and the exit. This place hurts. So I have to quickly get to the other side. A stronger wind is there once I pass the entrance. Once past the exit, this pain would become lighter. I reach out my hand. I reach out with all my might. The light is in front of me, but I can't reach it. The polar light destroys my eyes. I can't reach it no matter what. It hurts. I can't reach it even if I cough up blood and reach out. Why? It's only a meter away. So why? Why does it feel like I'm trying to head to the distant polar lights?
シロ、
I wake up.
ダメよ。苦しいからって、それ取ったら死んじゃうんだから。
I blankly stare at Ilya, standing before me.
あれ、イリア。なんで俺の部屋にいるんだ？
なんでって、私の部屋近くだもん。先に目が覚めちゃったから、シロを観察していたのでした。
Man. It seems she woke up before me and came here. I don't care about that, but maybe Ilya did so because...
もしかして俺、うなされてたのか？
そうよ。シロ、苦しそうに声を上げて、左腕の布を剥ぎ取ろうとしていたわ。
Ilya has activated Big Sister mode.
まあ、きっとそうなるって思ってたから来てあげたんだけどね。シロが眠ってる間に痛み止めしといてあげたから、今は幾分楽でしょ？
I do always enjoy it when she actually acts like the older one. I now notice that my right hand is on the cloth covering my left arm. Oh man. If Ilya hadn't come, I might have taken it off in my sleep.
そっか。朝からありがとな、イリア。
お礼はいいよ。私とシロの仲だもん。それに、約束したでしょ？シロが苦しい時は、私が助けてあげるんだって。
Her smile captivates me. I know Ilya's just saying that out of kindness, but...
それに、シロの寝顔が見たかったし、苦しいのに一生懸命我慢しちゃって、シロったら可愛かったわ。
I slam the brakes on my panicking heart.
イリア、人の部屋に黙って入るのは良くない。特に朝と夜なんかもってのほかだ。俺も人並みの男だからいろいろ困る。
そうなんだ。 具体的に言うとどんな風に困るのかしら。詳しく知りたいな、私。
I fully believe that she knew exactly what he was talking about and she was just messing with him here.
いや、だからそういう質問込みで困る。だいたいイリアは女の子なんだから、朝っぱらから男の部屋になんて入っちゃダメだ。いいか、危ないぞ。本当に危ないんだぞ。イリア本人もだけど、部屋の主たる思春期の少年の内部な心臓とかな。
そうなの？けどそれじゃますますわからないよ、シロ。ちゃんと何が都合悪くてどうして危ないのか言ってくれなくちゃやめてあげない。
The silver-haired girl puts her hand down, gets on all fours, and...
ほら、もっと近くに寄っちゃったよ。さ、どうして朝に来られると困ってしまうの、シロ？
I roll backward head over heels while keeping a hold of my futon. That was close. Guys experience a certain physiological phenomenon every morning. I could be given a man's mark of shame if she comes close to me in such an outfit. Dude, don't be weird. First of all, she looks like 10. Second of all, that's your sister. I hit the back of my head hard.
だから危ないって言ったんだ。
I don't think he realizes on like a conscious level at this point that they're siblings. But he should like have the information he needs to put that together by this point. I just think he hasn't actually done so. I make up an excuse.
ごめんね、シロ。その、痛くなかった。
But again, she looks like she's 10. It hurts. I saw stars and my head is throbbing, but I can't be whining if I hear a voice like that.
いや、大丈夫だ。いい目覚ましになったから気にしないでくれ。
I shake my head and get up. My morning issue has calmed down thanks to
よ
that.
し。時間も時間だし、朝飯を作りに行くか。イリア、朝は何がいい？嫌いなものがあったら今のうちに言ってくれ。
Sometimes, man, sometimes this visual novel shows its roots. Even in the version without those scenes.
嘘、シロ、ご飯作れるの？
まあ、人並みにはできる。洋菓子は、そうだな。ホットケーキぐらいならなんとか。
She's sparkling. Ilya's face lights up. It seems the fact that I can cook is a delightful thing for Ilya.
なんなら一緒に作るか？朝飯ができたら呼びに行こうと思ってたけど、イリアが起きてるなら今にいてもらった方がいいし。
本当？行く。シロのエプロン姿見たい。
そっか。じゃあ3人で協力して遠坂をやっつけよう。今朝はさくらと一緒に作る約束だったから、イリアが入れば3人力だ。
やめた。さくらがいるなら行かない。シロ、一人で行って。
なんだよ急に。さくらがいるならって、イリアはさくらが嫌いなのか？
いいえ、どっちかっていうと好きな部類よ。ただあの子はシロには合わないから認めてあげないだけ。
合わないってイリア？
本当のことよ。シロだって気づいてるくせに必死に気づかないようにしてるでしょ。私が今更言っても始まらないわ。
Ilya goes out into the hallway.
それとどんなトランス状態にあったか知らないけど、むやみに先に進まないで。あなたが見ているものは アーチャーの魔術でシロウの魔術じゃないわ。いずれシロウのものになるとは言っても、今はまだ可能性があるだけ。そんな状態で投影なんてすれば、シロウの体は内側から崩壊する。
投影なんてすれば。
I repeat Ilya's word absent-mindedly. At that instant, the cocking hammer goes down. The dream I saw while I was treated. I vaguely understand what it is and what it means. It's probably projection taken to the utmost limit, reproducing every weapon you've ever seen and making them your own.
そうよ。アーチャーの宝具は彼だけが使える魔術なの。アーチャーは目にした武器なら確実に複製する連鉄の英霊。その力は彼の腕を受け継いだシロウにも使えるものよ。今は意識してないだろうけど、その気になればきちんとした起動呪文も思い起こせる。けど、使えるからって使おうなんて思わないで。あの神父の言葉は正しいわ。一度でもその布を解いて投影をすれば、シロウは絶対に助からない。だから、何があってもその布は外さないで。キリツグみたいに勝手に死んだら許さない。私が殺す前に私を一人にしたら絶対に許さないんだから。
Ilya leaves. Her warning contains both caring strictness and murderous hostility.
先輩、株の汚れ取り終わりました。手羽元の準備はどうですか？
ああ、アク取りは済んだ。そっちを四つ切りにしたら煮よう。
はあ、先輩、カレー粉なんて持って何するんですか？
ん？タレ作ってるんだ。イワシのかば焼きにかける。イリアが魚嫌いでも食べられるだろ？カレー風味なら。
なるほど、冴えてますね、先輩。それじゃあさばくのは私がやりますから、先輩は煮込み物のチェックをお願いします。
え？あ、いや、イワシなら包丁使わなくてもさばけるからいいよ。腹骨をこそぐ時だけ頼むから、さくらはだしと醤油でかぼちゃに作ってくれ。一品ぐらい甘いものがあった方がいい。
はい、了解しました。ああ、片手で綺麗なお魚さばいているとお寿司屋さんみたいですよ、先輩。
Sakura goes to the refrigerator. Sakura must be feeling better after a good night's sleep because she's in a good mood this morning. And standing in the kitchen with her is fun for me too. Sakura is thoughtful and is attentive to my needs, preparing things ahead of time. It feels really good to cook with someone like that.
先輩、お寿司屋さん止まってますけど。
ん？ああ、ちょっとぼーっとしてた。急がないとな。そろそろ7時だ。
I sigh so she can't see and continue cutting the sardine. Sardine is soft, so it's better to use fingers than a knife. It's something even I, one with my left arm not moving, can manage to cook.
けど、先輩いつの間にそんな技を覚えたんですか？右手だけでお魚をさばくなんてかなり普通じゃないです。
技じゃない。これはタイミングと気合の問題。その気になればさくらだってできる。
はあ、そんなものですか。
そんなもんだよ。技っていうのは包丁一本で牛ばらしたり氷細工をスパーンと作っちまうやつ。はい、あとよろしく。腹骨取ったら焼くからボウルに入れといてくれ。
I move away from the cutting board and walk to the gas burner. I put the frying pan over the fire and pour some oil onto it. My body knows how to do this, so I do it absent-mindedly.
先輩。
ん？
I vaguely reply.
余計なことかもしれませんけど、そのイリアさんと何かあったんですか？
My hand stops, but it's only for an instant. I'm sure Sakura didn't see my disturbance.
ちょっと台所に来る前に話した。イリアはイリアでやっぱり大変なんだ。それにどうやって答えればいいのかすごく難しい。
それはマスターとしての問題なんでしょうか？イリアさんはまだ戦うと言っているとか。
いや、とりあえずイリアには戦闘意欲らしきものはない。いや、初めからそんなものはなかったのかもしれない。アインツベルンのマスターとして聖杯を手に入れようとしたんだろうけど、イリアにけどそれは。
Oops. That goal disappeared long before the war even started. Ilya's goal. Emiya Kiritsugu, the one she wanted to meet, died 5 years ago. Then, what can I do, and what should I do in his place?
なあ、さくら。もしイリアが自分の国に帰りたくないって言ったら、うちに住んでもらっちゃダメかな。
ここは先輩のお家です。私の意見はあんまり意味がないです。
何言ってんだ。ここさくらの家じゃんか。それにイリアを引き取るなんて大事なこと、相方に相談なしでできることじゃない。
相方って私ですか？
ああ、さくら以外いないだろ、そんなの。
Neither Ilya nor Tosuka can help me with cooking this perfectly.
さくら、フライパンの用意できたから。
I take the sardine Sakura prepared. Sakura hands me the sardine with an airy motion. You okay? What is it all of a sudden? Did she get a fever again?
はい、わかりました。私、イリアさんと仲良くできるよう頑張ります。
うん、そうしてくれると嬉しい。イリアもさくらのこと嫌いじゃないって言ってたから、ちゃんと話せば仲良くなれる。
Yeah, I'll be really happy if that happens. After the Holy Grail War is over, Sakura and Ilya will be here making breakfast without worry. I'll pay any price for such a wish to come true.
おはよう。日曜だっていうのに早いのね、二人とも。
Good morning, Rin. Wait. Something amazing just passed by.
先輩、今、お菓子の人が通りませんでした？
さくらにも見えたってことは幻覚じゃないんだな。
We timidly look into the living room. The person that shambled over to the table glowers as she pours herself some tea and turns on the TV.
びっくり。遠坂先輩、朝に弱い人だったんだ。
Wait, Sakura. Doesn't someone who's not a morning person, look cuter? No, absolutely not. Breakfast starts. Sakura and I sit next to each other, while Tosuka and Ilya sit across from us.
あら、割と上品な味付けをするのね、さくら。これなら食べてあげてもいいわ。
I don't know if Ilya is attacking or praising Sakura. Little bit of A, little bit of B.
参ったわね。私、朝は食べない主義なんだけど。
Tosuka complains as she eats the omelet. Then, for some reason, she silently starts concentrating on eating. Breakfast continues quietly, The only loud thing is the TV Tosuka turned on, offering many topics of information. A familiar scene is on TV. I can't be mistaken. The TV is showing a baffling story about a park in Shinto.
中央公園で行方不明者。付近にはおびただしい血痕？
It's a pretty vivid incident. An old man was jogging in the park, found a trace of blood, and reported it to the police. A policeman came to the scene and found what appeared to be one person's worth of blood and pieces of the apparent victims. But it seems the pieces are just scraps of flesh, and that they don't even weigh 50 kilograms when gathered together.
警察では4人の身元をなんで4人なんだ？1人分の血痕しかないのに。
そりゃ体の一部ってのが4人分あったんでしょ。本当に一部しか残ってなかっただろうけど、そこから判断したんじゃない？
当社がってことは、これもサーバント造剣の仕業だっていうのか。
さあね、造剣の仕業かどうかはわからないけど、これはあの影がやったと見て間違いない。ほら、画面の端っこ、雑草が黒く変色してるでしょ。それ、森であの影が出てきた時と同じなのよ。
Tosuka states simply, but I'm not convinced for two reasons.
なんでだよ。あの影がなんであれ、今まではこんなことしてなかっただろう。あれは町の人たちから魔力を吸い上げたことはあっても、こんな風に、
Directly killed people like this?
そうね。考えられる理由があるとしたら、敵がいなくなったからでしょう。もう正面からあいつらを倒せるマスターはいない。なら、これからは誰の目も気にすることなく、好き放題できるでしょ。
それは、見境がなくなってるってことか。
さあ、自分で言っておいてなんだけど、私にはそうは見えない。仮に造剣があの影と関係があるのなら、これは予期せぬ事故だったんじゃないかしら。造剣本人、今頃これを知って驚いてるってのに卵焼きをかけてもいい。
Tosuka's omelet is gone as she speaks. Her hawk-like eyes are looking at the only untouched omelet on the table. Mine.
予期せぬ事故ってなんでさ。
後片付けができてないでしょ。血痕はともかく遺体の一部を残すようなやつじゃない。つまりこの現場に造剣はいなくて、あのわけわかんない影だけで食事をしたってこと。
なるほど。じゃあもう一つ。さっきの質問なんだが、どうして被害者は4人って分かってるんだ？血痕は1人分で、遺体の一部だって1人分しかないんだぞ。
重さじゃなくて形の話。一つしかないはずのものが4つあったんじゃない？それなら鑑識するまでもなく被害者の数ぐらいわかるもの。ほら、一面の血の海にさ、違う靴が4足あったら誰だって何人いたかわかるでしょ。
Tosuka states simply. I imagine the scene and my appetite quickly goes away. After breakfast.
シロ、やらなくちゃいけないことがあるからちょっと付き合って。
Tosuka takes me to the dojo. I had no reason to refuse, and I also wanted to talk to Tosuka, so it was a timely offer. It was, but...
ちょっと、私が呼んだのはシロだけよ。なんだってゾロゾロついてくるのよ、あなたたちは。
Tosuka is unhappy at the unexpected guests.
その、遠坂先輩が妙に先立ってるから、先輩一人だと危険だと思って。
あのね、素人は協定を結んだんだから、騙し討ちなんてしないわよ。そんなこと言わなくても分かってるくせに、何だってついてきたの、さくら。
だって、先輩を守るのは私の役割です。
言い切ったわね。じゃあそっちは？私がやることなんてとっくに分かってるくせにわざわざヤジ飛ばしに来たわけ？
いいえ、私もさくらと同じよ。あなたがやりたいことはわかるけど、どんな方法を取るかまではわからないもの。シローに変なことしないか監視に来たのよ。
まあいいけど、こっちはシローのためを思って体をいじるんだから、早とちりして邪魔なんてしないでよね。悠長にやってる余裕なんてないんだから。
She must have prepared it before breakfast, as Tosaka's bag is at the dojo. It's full of equipment like what I saw at her house, and it's easy to guess what'll happen, but...
悪い。その前に少しいいか、トサカ。
何よ、まさかこの後に及んで痛いのは嫌だなんて言うんじゃないでしょうね。
そりゃ当たり前だ。誰だって痛いのは嫌だぞ。大体な、何をするか説明もしていないのに、そんなの見せられたら逃げるぞ、普通。
The other two nod. I have two reliable supporters this time.
説明不足で悪かったわね。どうせあなたと比べてこっちは普通じゃないわよ。文句があるなら出ていけばいいじゃない。
Oh. Tosaka's sulking, unhappy about the 3-on-1 situation.
いや、文句はない。トサカがやろうとしていることだってうすうす分かってる。分かってるから、そっちのことは全面的に信頼してる。どんな指示だろうと、トサカの言葉なら信じる。昨日の夜、そう約束しただろう。
Hello, Alzito. Welcome, welcome. How long have I been on Heaven's Feel? That is a fantastic question. Let me take a look. Just see when I started Heaven's Feel. It probably would have been like a couple of months ago. Four months ago, apparently. So when I started Heaven's Feel. But then I didn't stream any for a while. I don't remember why. Oh no, wait, I do remember why. That's when I had to take some time away from the channel, I think. And then I picked it back up little under 2 months ago from the looks of it. Considering I only stream it once a week, I'd say we're making pretty good time.
疑問がないならおとなしく言うこと聞きなさいよね。
いや、その話じゃない。俺が確認しておきたいのは今後の方針だ。これから俺たちはどうするのか、ここでちゃんと決めておくべきだろう。
Everyone's expression changes. What I just mentioned is a problem we all postponed last night. What we will fight against and what we will do. We can't back out after we make our decision. No, we already can't back out, so this is just a statement of our resolve.
私は戦いには参加しない。誰かが私を襲うのなら戦うけど、自分から戦う気はないわ。今回の聖杯戦争は勝ち残ったところでどうなるかわからないもの。私もイリアさんと同じです。私たちではおじい様には勝てないと思います。もう勝敗は決まったようなものですから、ここでおとなしくしていればおじい様も手出しはしてこないはずですし。
Tosaka doesn't say anything. I don't know what she's thinking, but I want to believe she has the same opinion as me, since she's not agreeing with Ilya or Sakura.
そうだな。守りに徹するって意見には賛成だ。さくらはこの家から出ず、造形に対して守りを固める。さくらにはライダーがいるし、防戦に徹するならさくらとイリアぐらいは守りきってくれる。 その間俺と遠坂は造剣を倒す手段を考える。ここに立てこもっていてもいつかは襲われるし、これ以上あいつらを野放しにはできない。今朝のニュースと同じことがこれからも起きないとは言えないんだから。
Tosaka doesn't interrupt. It means she intended for the two of us to fight Zoken, no matter what her true opinion may be.
造剣も放っておけないが、それ以上にあの影は放っておけない。俺と遠坂は今夜から街に出ることになるだろうから、桜とイリアはここで気を配っていてくれ。
I confirm the plan with everyone. Then...
何を言ってるんですか、先輩。
桜、何って別におかしなことじゃないだろう。戦えるのは俺と遠坂だけなんだから、俺たちで造剣を倒さないと。
それがおかしいんです。先輩、満足に両手も使えないんですよ。それがどういうことなのか本当に分かっているんですか？
桜？
わかりません。先輩、おかしいです。そんな目にあったのにどうしてまだ戦うんですか？これ以上は先輩の手にはまるってそんなこと、実際戦った先輩なら分かってるはずなのに、どうしてそんなバカなことを言うんですか？これなら戦えない体になってしまえば、もう危ない目に遭わないでくれるって安心したのに。
桜。
Sakura is trembling. She's hanging her head as she trembles at her words. I don't know why she's trembling. The only thing I can do is to answer her question.
桜、俺は桜を勝たせる。そのために戦う。造剣やあの影が放っておけないってこともある。けど、それ以上に俺は聖杯が欲しい。これは誰かのためじゃなくて、俺自身の勝手な願いだ。
That's right. It's a selfish wish I had ever since I decided to be Sakura's ally, and not everyone else's.
それは私のためなんですか？
そうだ。桜の体から刻印虫が取り除けるなら、それは桜のためにもなる。大丈夫だよ、桜。勝ち目がないのなら、まず勝ち目を作るし、勝ち目がないうちは戦わない。そりゃ勝ち目があったところで危険は当然だし、代償はついて回るから、怪我をしないって約束はできない。けど、必ず帰ってくる。桜を守るって言っただろ？なら、そばにいないと約束を守れない。
先輩。
Sakura looks down painfully. It looks like she's apologizing.
はいはい、そこまでにしてもらえる？方針は決まったんだから、今さらどうこう言っても仕方がないでしょう。さくらとイリアはここで留守番。私とシローはとりあえず夜の街を巡回する。造剣たちを見つけても安易に仕掛けないで、勝算がある場合のみ戦ってあいつらの戦力を削っていく。これが今後の方針ってことで OK なんでしょ、シロ？
ああ。遠坂がその気ならこっちも頼もしい。
そんなの言うまでもないじゃない。それとさくら、キレイはあんたから刻印虫を完全には摘出できなかったけど、その活動は大幅に抑えたはずよ。だから神事の時みたいに直接何かをされない限り刻印虫の暴走はないの。逆に言えば、あなたがこの屋敷にとどまっている限り造剣は最後の一人にはなれない。遅かれ早かれあいつは桜を奪いに来るんだから、戦わないなんて選択肢はないのよ。それが分かってるくせにおとなしくしていようなんてよく言えたものね。
それはそうですけど、おじい様だって私たちが何もしなければ手荒なことは
さくら、いい加減その卑屈な考えやめなさい。造形はあんたの祖父でもなければ死でもない。あれだけ非道を重ねるやつをまだ人間だって思ってるの？
いいえ、おじいさまが人だなんて思ったことは。
ならあなたも覚悟を決めなさい。私とシローが外で戦うように、あなたもここで戦わなくっちゃいけないんだから。もし造剣がここを襲った時、あなたは何としても逃げ延びること。ライダーさえ倒されなければ聖杯は完成しない。ライダーが生きている限りはあなたにだって助かる希望があるんだから。
Is it the dignity of the older sister? Sakura nods and replies that she understands. And after that, I ask why she brought me here to the dojo.
そうね、まずは裸になってもらおうかしら。何をするにしてもシローがどんな体をしているか見ておかないとうまくいかないでしょ。
And she gives me a ridiculous reply. I continue in a small voice because she's more surprised than I am.
何？今の驚くようなこと？さくら。
驚くようなことです。先輩に裸になれって遠坂先輩は何を考えてるんですか？
何ってシローのことに決まってるでしょ。あなたも危ないけどシローだって負けず劣らずでヤバいんだから、今のうちにいろいろやっておかないとダメだってさくらだって分かってるんじゃない？
それはそうですけど。
分かってるなら口出ししないでよね。ほらそこ、ポカンとしてないでさっさと上着を脱ぐ。魔除けのサインを入れるんだから服着てたらできないでしょ。
Tosaka glares at me. But Sakura's stare is painful. It's uneasily asking me if I'm going to go along with Tosaka.
早くしなさい。早めに体になじませないと夜の巡回に間に合わなくなるんだから。
This is no time to be embarrassed about something like this. I don't want to take my clothes off, but taking off my top is like getting changed, so it shouldn't be a big deal.
脱いだぞ、トサカ。で、これからどうするんだ？
こっちに来て。私の魔術刻印を少しだけ使ってあげるから。
そっちってこんな格好でトサカの近くにか？
当たり前でしょ。左手で直接触れてシローの日韓を把握して、その上で魔除けの刻印を上書きするんだから。くすぐったかったり痛かったりするけど我慢しなさいよね。
Tosaka wiggles her fingers. I can't run away after coming this far. I give up and go near Tosaka. Sakura's stare is more painful now.
じゃあ始めるけど、その前に確認事項ね。この前はシローの体にスイッチを入れようって言ってたけど、あれはやめるわ。ここで簡単に魔術回路のオンオフができるようになったらシロー自身が危ないから。
ああ、わかった。
It's natural that I'm acting strange and can't breathe. I'm naked from the waist up and Tosaka is near me. It'd be more strange not to be nervous.
ちょっと落ち着きないけどちゃんと聞いてるの？
聞いてる。ちゃんと聞いてる。
ならいいけど。それで今回するのは逆に魔力を抑える手術よ。今のシローの体は不安定で、いつアーチャーの腕から魔力が逆流してくるかわからない。だからとりあえず左肩とおへそと喉に針を入れて、あなた本人が全力で意識しない限りは左腕とはつながらないようにするの。同時にこれはあの影対策でもあるわ。 あいつはそこにいるだけで魔力を吸い上げていく。今から四郎に刻むサインは対魔力の効果もあるから、あいつと向き合っても少しは楽になるはずよ。
Then Tosuka places her hand on my chest.
うひゃ
Yeah, I barely stopped myself from jumping back.
あれ、熱かった？けど我慢してもらえる？私の左手から刻印を移すから、これ以上は温度を下げられないの。
I don't think that's the issue, Ren.
いや、熱い冷たいはいいんだけど。
Tosuka's hand is soft, and her touch sends a shudder through my heart. Every time her slender fingers run across my chest, my temperature rises by a degree.
よし。
Shiro, your girlfriend is right there.
あとはおへそだけど、ちょっと痛いわよ。指入れるからできるだけ動かないで。大丈夫。傷はつかないし、あんまりかき回さないから。
かきます。どうす。
My body convulses. My stomach. Having Tosuka's hand on my stomach is bad enough, but something rigid tears through my skin and into my body.
また、そこ。
だから痛いって言ったでしょ。気が散るからそんな声出さないでってば。なんかいけないことしてる気になるじゃない。
バカかお前は。
My face is going to get redder if you say something like that, you idiot.
これでおへその方はおしまい。あとは肩と喉だから逃げずにおとなしくしててよね。
I would really love to run away right now. I would love to, but doing so would seem like I'm conscious of Tosuka, and I won't be able to excuse myself.
ほら、ちゃんと胸張ってよ。今のを肩にするから今度は頑張ってよね。歯を食いしばって変な声出さないこと。
できるだけ努力する。
It's embarrassing, so I look away from Tosuka. It's not just my face that's blushing. I think my entire body's turning red. I'm blushing even though I know this is only for magic, so I bet Tosuka's having a hard time too. Man, how can I ever face Tosuka again after committing such a disgrace?
はい、これで終わりよ。私は道具を片付けてくるから、シロは体を冷やしてなさい。
Tosuka grabs something that looks like a first aid kit and goes to the corner of the dojo, where her bag is. My face is still red, but I'm finally able to calm down and take a deep breath. Then... Sakura twiddles her fingers, looking like she wants to say something.
さくら、その、どうした？
そのですね。
She takes a look at me. Then she takes a breath, as if preparing herself.
先輩、私たち恋人同士なんですよね。
My face, which had finally calmed down, passes its boiling point and turns red again.
先輩。
No. This isn't the time to be speechless.
ああ、さくらは俺の。
ですよね。なら、姉さんにドキドキするのはおかしいです。
I finally realized why her stare was so painful earlier. It's because she was sulking.
すまん。けどさくら、別に遠坂がどうこうっていうんじゃなくて、今のはその不可抗力っていうか。
わかりますけど、我慢してください。先輩は私の恋人なんですから。
それは分かってるんだけど。
I couldn't fight against it. I'm a guy, and I've admired Tosuka since I got into this school, so I couldn't help it.
ごめん。 その次はなんとか我慢する。遠坂にドギマギしないよう頑張る。
本当ですね。次もこんなことがあったら私だって怒っちゃいますからね。
Repentant from the bottom of my heart, I tell her I'll do my best. Man, I only realized it just now, but having 3 girls under the same roof might be a really stressful thing. Alright, I am gonna be back again. This is gonna be a bit of a longer break, so take this opportunity to get up, stretch, grab food and water, use the bathroom, whatever. I will see you all in a few minutes. Okay, we are back once again. I apologize for that. Alright. It's 11:30 now. With lunch coming up, the kitchen is filled with a noisy, forbidding atmosphere.
遠坂先輩、お昼はみんなでつけるようなものにしようと思うんですが、苦手な料理とかありますか？
In the kitchen, with the refrigerator at her back, Sakura speaks timidly. In response...
そう。じゃあ私は麻婆豆腐を作るから。
Tosaka cuts her off and selfishly starts cutting the tofu.
倹約ね。シロ、あの二人に調理を任せるなんて正気？
Ilya sits Japanese style on the cushion and speaks without reserve. It seems even Ilya can tell Tosaka and Sakura are tense.
あの二人、放っておいたらますます仲が悪くなるわよ。そんなこと分かってるくせに、どうしてこんなことになったの、シロ？
どうしてってごく自然な流れだったぞ。昼飯はどうしようって話になってな。遠坂は自分が作る、さくらはそれは自分の仕事だって言い張ったんだ。ずいぶん話し合ったけど二人とも引かないから、じゃあ間を取って一緒に飯を作ればいいだろうって。
シロがそう言っちゃったの？そう、それじゃ引き下がれないわよね、二人とも。
Ilya seems to understand and takes a sip of tea with proper manners. As expected from a princess, she shouldn't know the proper etiquette, but she's elegant even with something as simple as this.
けどシロ、間を取るんだったらシロが作ればよかったでしょ？なんだってリンとサクラを一緒にしたの？遠坂とマトウは敵同士で、リンはサクラを殺したがっているのよ。
それは昨日までの話だろ。遠坂はさくらと戦いたくないから俺たちに協力してくれてるんだ。それに二人は敵同士じゃない。仲いいしうまくいくと思ったから昼飯を任せたんだ。
仲がいいってあの二人が？
Yeah, I don't know about that one, buddy.
驚くようなことか今の。俺とイリアだって敵同士だったけど仲いいだろ。なら遠坂とさくらだって同じだよ。
そりゃ私とシロは特別だけど。
特別も何もない。見てればわかる。ほら遠坂のやついつも以上にぶっきらぼうだろ。そのくせさくらが何か失敗するとすぐ注意をする。あれってつまり
始終気にかけてるってことね。けどそれを知られたくないから冷たい顔してさくらを無視してるんだわ。
Typical Rin behavior.
でさくらもさくらでそれが分かってるからいつもはしないはずの失敗をしてる。さくらも遠坂が気になって仕方がないんだ。
They are getting along in their own weird way.
言われてみればそうね。じゃあ何？二人とも仲良くなりたくてうずうずしてるくせに恥ずかしいから話しかけられないってこと？
I nod. I don't know about Tosaka, but I know how Sakura feels. Sakura likes Tosaka, and she wants Tosaka to like her. Or she would never call her Nei-san.
ああ見えて不器用なのね。
Oops. Impressed, Ilya murmurs and looks in the kitchen. I follow her example and look in the kitchen. They must be half done with the cooking. Standing side by side in the small kitchen, Tosaka and Sakura are making their dishes. One holds the frying pan while the other holds the ladle, but neither says anything. And after a silence that even gets us nervous...
ねえ、さくら。
As expected from sisters, they start talking at the same time.
何？話があるなら聞いてあげるから言ってちょうだい。
にこれといって何も。登坂先輩こそ何かお話があるんですか？
別に。強いて言えば他人の味付けって珍しいでしょ。だからちょっと教えてもらえたら役に立つなって思っただけ。
そうですね。私も登坂先輩のレシピを教えてもらえたら嬉しいです。終わっちゃった。呆れたわね。これじゃ一生あのままだと思うわ、私。
It's scary that I can't deny the possibility. Tosaka is normally dominant, but why is she so shy when it comes to Sakura? And Sakura, too. She calls Tosaka Ne-san when she's with me, but she's reserved when she's actually with her.
さくら。
何でしょう、先輩。
ちょっと話がある。こっちに来てくれ。
先輩、外に何かあるんですか？
いや、外は関係ない。ちょっとした内緒話がしたかっただけだ。
ああ、内緒話ですか？姉さんには言えないこととか。
それ、俺が言いたいのは今のだ。だから遠坂の呼び方。さくら、遠坂の前だと姉さんって言わないだろ。本当はそう呼びたいくせに無理してるってバレバレだぞ。
バレバレって姉さんにですか？
Whoa. I just made that up, but it seems Sakura is more reserved about her sister's feelings than I thought.
いや、遠坂は気づいてない。どういうわけか。あいつはさくらに対してはすごく鈍感だ。下手するとさくらに嫌われてると思ってる節もある。
そんなことありません。姉さんが私を嫌うのは当然だけど、私は姉さんと一緒にいられて嬉しいです。こうして二人でお昼ご飯を作るなんて夢にも思っていませんでしたし。
うん。なら素直にそう言えばいいじゃないか。鈍感な遠坂でもさくらが面と向かって言えば気がつく。そうすればさくらだって。
Sakura should be able to realize by herself that Tosaka wants to get along with Sakura.
先輩。
いや、ともかく遠坂に姉さんって言ってみろ。それだけであいつきっと面白いぐらい表現するから。
そうでしょうか。遠坂先輩、私に姉さんなんて呼ばれても迷惑なだけだと思います。私は魔導の魔術師で、姉さんみたいに何でもできるわけじゃない。私みたいな出来損ないが妹なんて、きっと遠坂先輩はがっかりしています。
バカ。姉と妹の関係に余分なこと持ち込むな。お前は遠坂が好きで、遠坂はお前の姉貴なんだろ。ならそれ以上に確かな関係なんてない。俺が保証する。さくらと遠坂は間違いなく相思相愛だ。正直ちょっと焼けるぐらい。
そうなんですか？
そうだよ。だからちゃんと姉さんって呼ぶこと。さくらがそう信じてるように遠坂もずっと信じていたんだと思う。だから怖がることなんてない。あいつのためにもさくらの口から遠坂を呼んでやってほしいんだ。
姉さんのためにも。
I don't know what's going on in her mind, but after putting her hands together as if praying and thinking it over,
はい、頑張ってみます、私。
we return to the living room. Sakura exchanges a glance with me, takes a deep breath, and heads to the kitchen.
おかえりなさい。さくら、肩がガチガチだけど、何かあったの？
いや、あとはさくらの勇気次第。ま、うまくいくに決まってるんだが。
I sit down on the cushion.
姉さん、この唐揚げ、あとは私がやってもいいですか？
ええ、あとはあげるだけだし、さくらに任せる。さくら、今。
This is off topic, but please appreciate Rin's cat apron.
はい、それじゃあ唐揚げは私がやりますから、姉さんはレタスをちぎってください。盛り付けは任せますから。
ええ、それはいいけど。
Everything goes still. They both fall silent, and the tension is much greater than before. Not even breathing, they stare at one another.
やっぱりおかしいですか、姉さん。
おかしいことはないけど、そんな風に呼ばれたことがないから驚いただけよ。
それじゃあ
文句はないわ。呼び方なんてさくらの自由だし、私だってさくらって呼び捨てにしてるし、まあ先輩って呼び方が2人もいると混乱するし、そっちの方が分かりやすいんじゃない？
Tosuka makes it sound like it can't be helped and looks away. But Sakura should be able to tell that she's blushing and can't hide her smile. Their joint work got even more awkward after that. They messed up so many times that lunch turned out to be a disaster. The fried chicken was covered in pepper, the mapo tofu was hot as hell, and the rice cooker was never turned on, so we ended up eating without rice. But Tosuka and Sakura both looked happy, smiling at every opportunity.
ま
Aww.
ったくほんと不器用ね。
Ilya sounds dumbfounded as she eats mapo tofu that's hot enough to numb your tongue. I nod back and gratefully eat the food they made. Her face. I returned to my room to rest after lunch. Tosuka had something to do, so she went to her room with Ilya.
イリアの手を借りて造形対策をするの。刻印が馴染むのにも時間がかかるだろうし、午後は休んでいていいわ。シローがいても邪魔なだけだから。
That's how it is, according to her. We have no way to oppose Zoken right now. So all I can do is wait for whatever Tosuka's preparing. Sakura has returned to her room. Sakura was feeling dizzy while we were cleaning up after lunch. I wasn't worried because she seemed well this morning, but Sakura is no different from a sick person. Tosuka and I told her to rest if she's feeling even a bit tired, so Sakura is back in her room now. I check out how my arm's doing. It didn't move at all before, but I can manage to move my elbow now. It's still numb, but I feel no pain. If I'm to talk about pain, the crest Tosuka planted hurts more. My shoulder, throat, and belly button. It feels like bolts are in those areas, as if I'm Frankenstein.
左腕は借り物で、体はボルト止めか。
It reminds me of cyborgs one would see in science fiction movies. It's an interesting idea, but I can't laugh it off. I was going to check how my arm's doing, but I didn't even stand in front of the mirror. It's almost 2 o'clock. Well, this decision is not super important. However, it looks like it is, once again, up to me to make the decision. I am going to say we'll go check up on Sakura. I'll go see how Sakura's doing. She did go back to her room, but I'm worried if she's really resting or not.
Sakura, いるか?
I knock quietly.
あれ、 先輩。
I hear a sluggish voice.
ちょっと待ってください。すぐに着替えますから。
She must have been sleeping, and now she's scrambling to meet me. After 2 minutes...
お待たせしました。どうぞ入ってください。
うん、お邪魔する。
I suddenly get nervous that I'm about to enter a girl's room. I've been here before, but the situation is different. Sakura wasn't conscious back then, but now she's opening the door and inviting me in.
それで何かあったんですか、先輩。私少し眠っていたから物音とか聞いてなくて。
いや、そんなんじゃない。別に何かあったから来たんじゃなくて、さくらがちゃんと休んでるか気になってきたんだけど。
It seems I woke her up as a result.
それなら合格ですね。私ちゃんと休んでましたよ。
ああ、起こしちまってごめん。さくらだって自分の体を分かってるもんな。熱があるのに無理して動き回ることなんてないんだ。なんか俺が過保護すぎたみたいだ。
I contemplate my actions, but Sakura starts laughing.
やっぱり気を回しすぎか？俺。
いえ、そんなことありません。先輩は鋭いです。本当はですね、お掃除の続きをしたかったんです。このまま先輩が来なかったらちょっと抜け出しちゃおうって思ってました。
抜け出しちゃおうってさくら。
Who sneaks out to clean?
はい。だってこんなに元気なのに寝込んでいたら病人みたいで嫌だったんです。だから先輩に言われてもいつも通りの私でいいよって。けどそうしたら姉さんがふざけるなって怒るんです。無理をして倒れたら私たちに迷惑がかかるって。
うん。
That's right. We stopped Sakura from doing the laundry after lunch. She wouldn't listen to me, but when I was wondering how to convince her, Tosuka came to help. But it wasn't anything nice. If you collapse, we'll have to kill you, as her harsh words would indicate.
そうだな。トサが怒ってたな。
はい。私、姉さんに怒られちゃいました。
Sakura sounds happy. I see. She knows that Tosuka cares about her, no matter what she said.
じゃあ、ちゃんと休んでないとな。さくらがどう思っていようと、さくらの体は疲れているんだから、さくらがこうして休んでいてくれれば、俺もトサカも安心して外に出られる。
そうですね。けど、私は本当に元気なんですよ。今は調子が悪いだけで、明日になれば元気になってるんです。ほら、この前の風邪と同じで、こんなの1日経てば治っちゃうんですから。
バカ。邪魔しちまった俺が言うことじゃないけど、さくらは横になっていてくれ。眠れるのなら眠った方がいい。夕食時に起こしに来るから、それまでゆっくりしてるといい。
I get up to leave, but Sakura grabs my shirt.
さくら。
先輩の言う通り、ちゃんと眠るんですけど、先輩がそばにいてくれるのは嬉しいです。
Sakura rarely demands something. She must not want to burden others, so she tries to do most things by herself. But Sakura is asking something from me right now. Well, this is nothing, but it must be the most selfish thing she can think of. That's why she looks so uneasy. I'll do any favor she asks of me, but she only asks trivial things like this.
じゃあ、もう少しここにいる。
I suppressed my urge to embrace Sakura and managed to tell her.
やったそれじゃあお茶を入れてきますね先輩とっておきの中国茶をご馳走しちゃいます
Sakura heads to the door in a hurry.
待った。お茶は俺が入れるから、さくらはベッド。これじゃ本末転倒じゃないか。
Yeah.
そうですねなんかおかしいです私
Sakura hurries back to her bed. I pat her head as I pass by and go to brew us some tea. But this situation is more nerve-wracking than I thought. I'm alone with Sakura.
けど本当はですよ本当は先輩が姉さんのことを好きなんだって気づいてたんですだって先輩姉さんの前だとすごく楽しそうにしてますから
So everything Sakura says goes over my head. I'll lose control if I look at her too closely. I'm a man, you know. Recalling what happened that night makes me want to pull her close and hold her right now.
そうですよね姉さんに比べたら私なんて魅力ないし先輩イリアさんも好きみたいだしその先輩は物おじする子は嫌いなんでしょうか
I take a deep breath and calm myself down. I can't rush things when she's not feeling well. Wait, that will help her. Then it's not bad. It's not bad, but... That's right, Tosaka's next door, first of all. They'll notice right away if I do such a thing, so I'm sure they'll look down on me for doing it so early in the day.
さくらなんか怒らせるようなことしたかな
Shiro, would you get your head out of the gutter for like 5 seconds? Realizing that Sakura is unhappy, I come back to the real world.
いいえ先輩は何もしてません何もしてないのが問題なんですそのですね私際どいことを言ったんです先輩聞いてませんでしたけど
すまん確かに上の空だった確か遠坂の話をしてたと思うんだけど
ええそうです姉さんがここで寝泊まりするようになって嬉しいかって
Oh my god. That's right. I was asking Sakura about our situation.
でどうなんださくら遠坂のこと好きなんだろなら今の状況は嬉しいんじゃないか
ええ嬉しいですけどそれと同じくらい不安なんです姉さんは私の理想で私じゃ手に入らなかったものをいっぱい持ってますだから近くにいると目を背けたくなって素直には喜べないなんだか姉さんにも自分にも何をしてるんだって責められてる気がしてしまって
I can understand Sakura's point. It's painful to have your ideal in front of you because it makes you feel inferior. Well, I do understand, but...
さくらお前遠坂みたいなのが理想なのか
I asked timidly. Tosaka might punch me if she was here.
はいずっと姉さんみたいになりたいって思ってましたあもちろん魔術師としてじゃなく女の子としてですよ姉さんは何でもできていつも颯爽としてるじゃないですか私も一度でいいからあんな風にかっこよくなりたいなって
Sakura sounds happy. I hate to admit it, but Tosaka certainly is cool. She's really manly in the sense that she takes responsibility for what she says. I think she would hit you if she heard you phrase it like that.
なるほど。けど、さくらは今まで遠坂と会えなかったんだろ？マトウと遠坂の取り決めとかなんとかで。それでよく遠坂のことを知ってるな。
はい。だってどうしたって気になるじゃないですか。私も姉さんも子供の頃のことは覚えてないんです。何しろずっと前だったから。ただ事実として私たちはもともと姉妹だったんだって知っていただけです。それで余計に気になって私たちはお互いを遠くからよく見てたんです。話すことはできなかったけど1学年上の遠坂先輩の噂はよく聞こえてきましたし。
はは、火の打ちどころのない優等生って噂か？言われてみればあいつは有名人だから話には事欠かないよな。
はい。それに会えないということもありませんでした。学校ではよく声をかけてもらえたし弓道部にも見学に来てくれましたから。それでですね、そういう時にいつも思ってたんです。私は見てもらえるだけでいいって。気にかけてもらえるだけで幸せだし、それ以上望んだらきっと嫌われるって分かってましたから。
嫌われるってどうして？
私の魔術は姉さんとは違いますから。魔術というのは基本的に用途を定められていないでしょ。先輩の魔術だって何かを成し得るために何らかの現象を起こすものです。そこには初めから限定された目的はないと思います。
そうだな。できることは決まってるけど、できたものをどう扱うかはその都度違う。
けど魔導の魔術は違います。魔導の技は初めから他人から奪うことに限定した魔術なんです。それ以外の用途なんて持たない。他人の痛みしか糧にせず、他人の喜びを還元する教えがない。
I can't just nod in response to that. I don't know what kind of magic she was taught at the Mato household. The magic she was taught is a heresy, and Sakura is ashamed of it. The problem between Sakura and Tosaka is the difference in their family's magic. The more Sakura hates the magic of Mato, the more self-loathing she feels.
桜はマトウの魔術が嫌いなのか？
先輩、それは人間に呼吸をするのが嫌いなのかと聞いてるようなものです。
Then, Sakura looks up and starts talking like Tosaka.
好きでも嫌いでもありません。ただ、そうしなければ生きていられなかっただけです。私は元からそのためだけにマトウの家に譲られた子供ですから。マトウの後継者になれなければそこで消えていたものなんです。あ、先輩、そんな顔しないでください。確かに教えは厳しかったけど、先輩が思っているほど辛いものではなかったんですから。それにですね、厳しさで言ったら先輩にはかないません。私、人に傷つけられるのは楽なんですけど、自分で自分を傷つけるのは怖いんです。生きたがりな私は自分で幕を下ろすことができない。死んでしまうことは何ともないけど、自分で死のうと考えるのは怖いんです。けど先輩はどっちもできちゃうんです。一度だけですよ。忘れ物をして取りに来た時、土蔵の方で物音がして様子を見に行っちゃったんです。
Sakura bows her head in apology. But I don't want her apologizing for something like that.
いや、謝らなくていい。それは俺の不注意だろ。桜がいるってことに気づかなかったんだからな。周りの気配に気づけないようじゃ魔術師として失格だ。
それが。
それより それっていつのことだ？さくらがやってくるようになってからすぐか？
I really hope so. I'm improving, even though it may be really slowly. If I didn't notice Sakura's presence recently, that means I haven't improved at all.
去年の夏頃の話です。藤村先生がスイカを持ってきてくれた日なんですけど。
そうか。よかった。
I sigh with relief. I guess I can excuse myself if it was half a year ago.
と、それでさくら、見た感想とかどうかな？
She's the first person besides Kiritsugu who saw me training in magic. I practiced in front of Tosaka these past few days, but that's different from the training I do in the shed. So Sakura's opinion is like a test. Sakura is Mato's magus, so I might be able to get a good score.
内容に関しては黙秘権を使わせてもらいます。姉さんじゃないけど点数をつけたら大変なことになっちゃいますから。
それは赤ということですか？
Sounds like it.
それなら真っ赤と言えるでしょうね。
Crap. Sakura doesn't seem similar to her sister, but she actually is.
けど先輩、私本当にその時しか見てないんです。いえ、見てないんじゃなくて怖くてもう見られなかった。
怖くて見られなかった？
はい。それだけじゃなくて何度も何度も止めなくちゃって思ってました。先輩の鍛錬は普通じゃありません。私には先輩が自分で自分の喉を突き刺しているように見えました。そう錯覚したんじゃなくて本当にそう見えてしまったんです。
I understand what Sakura wants to say. Creating a magic circuit is close to death for me. My body would explode if the concentration in me is off by a few millimeters. But isn't that an ordinary compensation for a magus? Kiritsugu was the one who told me that death is a magus's constant companion.
そうかな。魔術師ならあんなものだって聞いてるけど。それに俺が危なっかしいのは単にまだ未熟だからじゃないか？
それは違います。未熟とか半人前とかそういう話ではないんです。だいたいそんなことを言ったら資質がないのに魔術を使える先輩は別格です。魔術というのは使うものではなく体に覚えさせるものなんです。先輩のように毎回そのためだけに魔術回路を発現させるなんて普通の魔術師はしません。私が言っているのは最終的な結果なんです。先輩は自分を殺すことを毎晩やっていました。誰に強制されるのでもなく、かといって自分のためでもないのにずっと一人きりで堅くなにそれを守ってきた。それは姉さんにもできないことだと思います。先輩はそれが善悪どちらであろうと一度決めたことを最後まで守り通す。だからきっと私たちの中で先輩が一番強い。
It's really embarrassing if you say something like that with a straight face.
バカ、おだてても何も出ないぞ。だいたい強さで言うなら遠坂だし、さくらだってどんな魔術師だか知らないけど魔導の後継者だし、ライダーだっているじゃないか。
いいえ、先輩は強いです。それは魔術回路でも魔術特性でもなくて心の在り方が純粋だから。そんなこと出会った時から分かってたんですよ。この人はきっと何も裏切らない人なんだなって。
I don't know how to respond when she talks seriously like that.
サンキュー。お世辞でもさくらにそう言ってもらえたのはすごく嬉しい。
I'm embarrassed, but I tell her how I feel. Sakura smiles happily and looks straight at me. This is bad. The distracting thoughts I shook off earlier will return if she makes a face like that.
そろそろ戻るかな。さくらも眠いんだろ。夜もあるんだし、午後はおとなしく休んでた方がいいんじゃないか。
I cough intentionally. I look to the wall, to Tosaka and Ilya on the other side.
そうですね。夜もありますし、隣には姉さんがいるんだし。
She must understand how I feel, as she blushes and starts muttering. I bet I look like that too.
それじゃあ部屋に戻る。夕食になったら呼びに来るから。
待ってください、先輩。
待つけど、何？
そのですね。寝つくまで部屋にいてくれたら嬉しいんですけど。
I bitterly smile at her intermittent words. Actually, it's something I want to ask her if I can. She's so timid that she probably doesn't even know how much I've fallen for her.
ああ、邪魔じゃなかったらここにいる。さくらが眠ったら出ていくから、それでいいかな。はい、
もちろんです。私、頑張って起きてますから。
But Sakura, I'm glad you're saying that, but that defeats the whole point. Sakura suddenly falls silent once she lies down. She must have been tired. It looks like she suddenly got sleepy once she laid down. But still.
けど先輩、私は今日一日休めば治りますけど、先輩の腕はどうなんですか？
She must have no intention of going to sleep, as Sakura keeps talking.
俺の腕なら問題ないよ。この布を巻いている限り痛みはないし、少しずつ動くようにもなってきてる。この分なら明日には普通に動くんじゃないかな。
よかった。ほら、姉さんが手当てをしてから随分経っているでしょ。あの時は応急処置みたいだったし、もう効き目はないんじゃないかって。
随分経ってるって。さくら。
姉さんも姉さんですよね。魔術刻印を利用するのはいいけど、あんなのはその場しのぎで7日も持たないって分かってるくせに。
Sakura says it like it's nothing, but
7日持たない。
it sounds very out of place.
そうですよ。そろそろ切れちゃう頃だから、ちゃんとした手当てをしないと。私の魔術じゃ根本的な解決はできないから、今度ライダーにいいアイディアがないか聞いてみますね。
Sakura looks sleepy. I can't reply. I can only convince myself that Sakura is saying strange things because she's about to fall asleep.
先輩、そこにいますよね。
ああ、ちゃんといる。
よかった。そばにいてください。先輩、一人になると怖い夢ばっかり見るから。
Sakura slowly closes her eyes. Her breathing becomes more gentle, and she goes into a deep sleep. I turn off the light and leave her room. I saw Sakura fall asleep peacefully, but I don't feel any peace of mind.
ちゃんと私を見張っていてください。
I think that's what she said unconsciously. right before she fell asleep. Interlude. It doesn't
Sakura,
say there's an interlude
Hairu-san.
here. Unless this is a little bit out of order, the flow chart here. Or unless those two scenes flowed into one. He opens the door without waiting for a reply. He's never waited for his younger sister's reply before opening this door.
なんだ。まだ帰ってきてないのか。本当に困ったもんだな、あいつ。
He clucks his tongue and walks into the room. Scratching at the wall, Mato Shinji wanders through his sister's room like a blind dog.
さくら、今日も地下か？ああ、僕を差し置いて、また下で何かやっているんだろう。
He keeps asking questions that will not be answered. There is no one in the room. His sister has not been home the past few days. It is obvious that the master of this room is not here, but Shinji wanders through it all the same.
いつも通り。まったく、本当にいつも通りじゃないか。
He throws the clock that touches his hand. The sound of shattering glass is more annoying than he thought.
どこ行ってんだよ。兄貴に内緒でさ。
He starts throwing things as if to vent his anger. This is like always, too. This outlet has been his daily routine for the past few years. It is his best opposition that began 3 years ago, when he found out the truth. The Mato bloodline came to an end when he was born. The noble family lost its power, becoming mere humans. Oops. The only special thing is the accumulated knowledge. The once noble family of Magi is fated to perish in this Far East country. He has known this since he was young. The Mato family was a family that passed down secret techniques, but it is all in past tense now. As the Mato are no longer able to use magic, they are to blend into society as ordinary people. But he did not think so. Their magic circuit faded away, leaving them unable to perform their secret techniques. The bloodline of Magi ended for Mato in his father's generation, and he knows that he does not have the right to succeed the Mato name. But the Mato family still has the records. The bloodline perished, but the accumulated knowledge is not lost. That itself is special enough for the boy. He thinks he is different from others. The Mato family have been chosen. That will not change, even if they lose their power and cease to be Magi. He was proud of himself because he was born into a special family to be raised in a special way. Even if he is a failure as a Magus, he is a child born into the chosen family. But a new child slipped into the chosen family. His father adopted a girl who had none of her own. It all happened more than 10 years ago. The girl named Sakura became his little sister from that day on. At first, he hated his new sibling. He did not want any outsiders coming into the special Mato household. But the boy started to accept his sister day by day. The girl named Sakura was silent and ordinary, no more capable than a guard dog. It is a waste of time to be hostile against someone like that, and to a degree, it is more charming for her to be that stupid. He looked through books, memorizing magic he could not use, to remind himself that he was the Mato heir. He was the only one who could enter the study. His adopted sister could never be named the successor, so she had no right to trespass there. His sister would live as a normal human being, never being taught the family's surviving knowledge. This fact greatly satisfied his pride, A family of magi has only one successor. He knew that, so he did not question their separate upbringings. Only one could learn magic. Then it was only natural that his sister be raised apart. Yes, he felt sympathy for his sister. They lived in the same house and had the same parents, but he was the only one who could call himself special, and he pitied his sister for not being chosen. It is like a compassion of a superior being looking down onto others, and it is his most reliable pride as an older brother. Before long, the brother became affectionate toward his sister out of pity. The sister always looked down, as if avoiding her brother's gaze. He thought it was because of shame, and he loved his helpless sister, until he found out the truth. That was all he could manage when he accidentally found the room. A room he has never been told about. Knowledge that was not taught to him. Talent that was not given to him. Everything was in the room. A girl lay in the middle of the room. Around her were swarms of black, squirming things and his terrifying grandfather. And his father glared at the boy as if he was a nuisance, an attitude he had never taken towards him. And that ended it. Everything he believed in, everything that constructed him, was turned upside down. It was not him that was special. It was not his sister that was kept at a distance. It was not her that was pitiable. And it was not her that was looking down on the other person. His life completely changed. Since he no longer needed to hide anything, his father took a defiant attitude towards his son. He started spending more time with the boy's sister instead. His sister did not say anything, but would just hang her head like always. She still acted as though running away from his gaze when she would say,
ごめんなさい、兄さん。
as if pitying him. She said it with the emotion that he once felt for his sister. He laughed. It was funny. It was so funny that he wanted to break everything. The one he had thought was his pet was actually his master, and he was just a fool. Which one is the funny one? It must be both. At that time, as he went back to the mansion with unsteady steps, he realized the world had not been turned upside down. It had been like this all along. The inverted one, the one who was misunderstood, was him. It is just that he finally realized his own miserableness. The 3 years after that were only pain for him. His father died, and his grandfather only cared about Sakura. Mato Shinji became just like air in his house. He was treated as an object whose existence did not matter, and that truly was the case. She pitied the air. She apologized. Though she never spoke the words aloud, she apologized every time she saw him. She apologized for taking Mato Shinji's place.
何を謝っているんだよ。
He would have been at ease if she had just ignored him. Then he could have thrown away his pride as the older brother, and wouldn't have clung to hope. Sakura apologized. So he didn't know where he should release his fury.
僕はお前の優しい兄なんだ。他の誰よりも頼れる。ただ一人の兄なんだぞ。
Considering the magnitude of this insult, he saw nothing wrong in imposing this much.
なんだあいつ。 まだエミヤんところに嫌がるのか。お前は魔党の後継者だぞ。魔党の後継者だぞ。尊き魔党の後継者なんだぞ。
The room shows no signs of life, but that is to be expected. Mato Sakura's room is the underground worm's nest, and this is merely for show. The master of the room does not care how much he breaks the things in this room. This room is no different from the door plate that hangs at the entrance.
ああ、それなのに謝るんだよな、お前は。ごめんなさい、ごめんなさいってさ。じゃあさ、すまないと思うんなら僕の言うことだけを素直に聞けよ。罪の意識、そんなもの知ったことか。魔党家の人間って自覚があるなら、兄の言うことを聞くのは妹として当然のことだろう。
I'm sick of this guy. He scratches the sheets, something that he monopolized. Why did Sakura, who did not think or resist, leave him?
お前が取ったんだぞ、エミヤ。
That was his miscalculation. He knew she was attracted to Emiyashiro. That thing that held no interest in anything started to have opinions after getting to know him. She gradually regained herself, and in the end, she left him. He played the role of the kind brother for so long, but now Sakura chooses a total stranger over him.
だから言ったんだ。あいつの家にやるのは良くないって。なのにあのジジイ。エミヤは監視しなくてはならんとかふざけたこと言いやがって。
His grandfather does not even try to bring Sakura back to the Mato house. He said it is fine as is, and moreover, confined him to this house.
見ていろ。必ず償わせてやるぞ、エミヤ。お前はサクラの見ている前で引き裂いてやる。
That's right. If Sakura has slipped out of his hands, he'll just reset the relationship to be like it was before. If she left the Mato house because of Emiyashiro...
ああ、昔みたいにさ、また昔みたいになればいいだけじゃないか。
He laughs. The clouded window reflects a face as ghastly as a skull. It's afternoon now. Tosuka seems busy and Sakura's sleeping, so I should make dinner. My left arm moves even though it reacts slow, so it shouldn't hinder me if I'm to make something simple. Okay, yeah, I see where we are
カ
in
ジ
the
キの
flowchart
唐揚げ
now.
と、あとは肉じゃがかな、これは。
I check the contents of the refrigerator and decide the menu. There are 2 additional people eating now, so the food gets used up quickly. I should find some time to go to the shopping district tomorrow.
いただきます。
Everyone must have liked having dinner ready when they came here, since they all seem to be in a good mood. I'm worried that Ryder isn't here, but I'm sure she has her reasons. Her top priority is guarding Sakura, so maybe she has no intention of spending time around Tosuka, who may end up being her enemy.
後で食べに来るかな、ライダ
I'll pack it up and take her some if she doesn't come. And I will be right back again. I'm so sorry I keep getting up. This one will be quick. I apologize. Sorry about that. Ryder seems to like desolate places, so I bet she's either in the dojo or the shed.
へえ、シローってこういうのが得意なんだ。さくらは洋食で、シローは和食派ってこと？
Tosuka picks up the fried swordfish and looks at me in surprise. It's golden fried with a scent of ginger, with an elegant soy sauce taste. She seems to really like it. That doesn't sound bad at all.
私はこっちのが好きよ。シローがお料理上手で嬉しいわ。
Ilya eats the potatoes in satisfaction. It's unfortunate that she's only eating the potato part of the simmered meat and potato, but I'm glad she likes it. Wait. Sakura is tilting her head in confusion, chopsticks in hand.
さくら、どうした？食欲ないのか？
あ、食欲はあるんですけど、先輩、この肉じゃがお砂糖入ってませんよ。味付けが変です。
I made such a stupid mistake on something I'm so used to cooking?
くそ、ちょっと待った。
I serve myself out of the big dish in the center and try some. That's strange. This tastes normal.
さくら、なんか変かな、これ。
Oops.
変って、これお砂糖と塩が甘みが全くないんですけど。
Sorry, I keep accidentally pressing the spacebar.
そう？肉じゃがってこういう味でしょ？そりゃ隠し味らしきものが入ってるから他のとは違うけど、ちょっと真似できない味よ、これ。
私は初めてだからわからないけど、美味しいよ。ちょうどいい甘さで食べやすいし。
Sakura looks dissatisfied as she reaches out for seconds. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites.
さくら。
なんか味付けの薄いところを選んじゃったみたいです。変なこと言ってごめんなさい。先輩のご飯は今日も美味しいです。
Sakura smiles and keeps eating. Sakura keeps eating like nothing happened. I was worried by Sakura's odd behavior, but she seemed well enough after that. Shiro! In fact, she asked for seconds 3 times. Sakura kept eating and finished off the food while Tosuka stared at her in surprise. Shiro, you need to pay more attention. It's past 10 o'clock.
時間ね。そろそろ行くわよ、シロ。
Tosuka finishes preparing and appears.
わかってる。それじゃあ留守番頼むぞ、さくら。
Tosuka and I head out to patrol the town as planned. It's stupid that this is our only measure against Zoken, but it's all we can do for now. We need to defeat Zoken, Assassin, Saber, and the Black Shadow. They aren't ones we can defeat head-on. We have to sit tight until the countermeasure Tosuka is preparing is complete. But we can't just stay at my house. According to the news this morning, Mato Zoken has started to attack ordinary people. We can't match them right now, but we should at least patrol the town so that there won't be more victims. We put our shoes on silently. We know how dangerous it is to go out into town at night. Zoken is only after Sakura, but we should get in his way if we're walking about. In the worst case, it'll be a repeat of our encounter in the forest, considering that we can't be talking lightheartedly.
ちょっと、どういうつもりよ、あなた。
Then, we don't have anything to spare, but Tosuka glares at me and...
見送りなら結構よ。 おとなしく部屋に戻っていなさい、さくら。
No, she's not glaring at me. She's glaring at Sakura, who's standing in the hallway.
姉さん、やっぱり私も一緒に行きます。姉さんと先輩だけじゃ
Stay
夜で歩
home.
くのは危険だから。
さくら。
That must be why she's here. I appreciate her concern, but our plan is already determined.
ダメだ。造剣の狙いはさくらだって分かってるだろ。さくらはイリアと一緒にここで身を守っていてくれ。
それは分かっています。けど先輩は片手が動かないし、姉さんだってもうサーバントがいないし、
ふざけないでさくら。あなたが私たちの敵であることは変わらないのよ。そんないつ造剣の手駒になるかわからないやつに背中なんて預けられない。
Mm-hmm.
けど姉さん。
Also, you need to rest.
あなたはあなただけ守っていればいいのよ。私たちに少しでもすまないって思うんなら、こんなことで手を煩わせないでちょうだい。あなたはライダーに自分とイリアを守らせておくだけでいいんだから。
遠坂、お前って
ほら、ぼーっとしてないで行くわよ。こんなことをしている間にも犠牲者が出てるかもしれないんだから。
Tosaka grabs my hand and drags me outside.
ともかく気をつけて留守番してるんだぞ、さくら。イリアのことは任せたからな。
Sakura doesn't say anything and stands at the entrance, lonely.
おい待てってば遠坂、ちゃんとついてくからいい加減手を離せ。
ぐずぐずしてるそっちが悪いんでしょ。
Tosaka lets go and comes to a halt.
何よその顔。言いたいことがあるならはっきり言ったら。
And it's like this all of a sudden. Tosaka is acting defiantly. Man. If it bothers her that much, she shouldn't have said it in the first place.
じゃあ言うぞ遠坂。さっきのことだけど、さくらにあんまりきついこと言うな。さくらだって好きであんな体なわけじゃないんだ。
分かってるわよ。けどだからこそはっきり言わないといけないでしょ。半端な態度を取ったらそれこそ造形につけ込まれるだけでしょ。私はさくらに同情していない。だって造形の操り人形とかマトウに引き取られたこととか、そんなの私には関わりのないことだもの。あの子自身の問題に私が口を出してもしょうがないしね。
遠坂。
いい？私があの家にいるのはさくらじゃなくてあなたがいるからよ。私の目的は聖杯であってさくらを助けることじゃない。そのためにはさくらを監視するし、嫌われたって構わない。だからさっきみたいなことも言うし、これからもさくらを敵として扱うんだから。
じゃあ遠坂はさくらに嫌われても構わないっていうのか。今は赤の他人だから関係ないって。
そうよ。それに文句があるの、あなたは。
バカ、そんなのあるに決まってるだろう。
Man, this is not like Tosaka. She should be able to say it like it's nothing. Instead, she's clenching her fists like she's trying to convince herself.
分かった。遠坂がそう振る舞うって言うなら好きにしろ。遠坂がどんな態度を取ったところで気持ちはちゃんとさくらに伝わってるんだしな。
伝わるってどういうことよ。
だからお前がどのくらいさくらを大切に思ってるかってこと。部外者である俺でも気がつくんだから、さくらにはもろバレだ。
誤解よ。私はただその。
誤解も何もない。人間どうでもいいやつに真剣には怒れない。遠坂がさくらに厳しいのはそういうことだろ。 口にはしないけど、お前の中じゃさくらは今でも大事な妹なんだ。
何言ってんのよバカやめてよね、そういう鼻浮くこと言うの。
Tosaka's face turns red with anger. But I don't feel the usual intensity, and I know why.
なんだ、迷惑か、こういう。
Oops.
迷惑よ、当たり前でしょそんなの。
そうか。じゃあ迷惑ついでに言っとく。俺は遠坂とさくらには仲良くしてもらいたい。さくらは遠坂が好きで、遠坂だってさくらが好きなんだから、今みたいにぎこちないのは気に食わない。
あのね、私はさくらを敵として見てるのよ。仲良くなっても仕方ないし、それに第一、今さらどうやって仲良くなれって言うのよ、あんたは。
どうやってって、今のままでいいんじゃないか。自信持てよ遠坂。お前俺から見てもいいお姉さんだぞ。
無駄話はここまでよ。とりあえず今朝のニュースでやってた現場に行くんだから。
Tosaka looks away and starts to walk. I reply to her absent-mindedly and follow. Then
シロ、
she calls my name without looking at me and
ありがとう。今のなんか嬉しかった。
Tosaka grumbles, embarrassed. There's nobody at the Central Park. The park that's deserted even during the day is even quieter after the murder yesterday. The park is not a place for relaxation within the business district, and it is no different from a desert in an uncultivated land.
殺人事件か。世間じゃ事件じゃなく事故って扱いみたいだけどね。まあ確かに誰が死んで体のどこがなくなったのかいまいちわからないんじゃ、殺人って呼び方も怪しいか。
I still see traces of blood on the grass. It looks like a bucketful was spilled in 4 separate areas. The darkened patches have some distance between them, probably because the victims frantically tried to escape.
遠坂、お前はこれが造剣の仕業じゃないって言ったけど、どうだ、現場に来て印象は変わったか。
そうね、あの黒い影の仕業かと思ったけど、ちょっと違うみたい。あいつが出ると辺りのマナーを軒並み飲み込んでいくでしょ。けどここ一帯の魔力は枯渇していない。まあここで起きたことが予定外の食事だろうって見方は変わらないわ。
That's all the information we can get out of this place. Tosaka and I leave the site of the tragedy behind us. We didn't find anything in Shinto. Maybe Zoken is not active tonight, probably because the incident yesterday was so vivid. The date's about to change. A riverside breeze blows as we trudge home. And
遠坂、さくら、マトウの後継者なんだよな。
I suddenly feel like asking the question that was on my mind for a while.
何を今さら、もう隠し事なんてないわよ。
いや、そうじゃなくて、後継者ってことはさくらも魔術師なんだよな。ならさくらはどんな魔術を使うんだろうって。
ああ、そういうこと。そうね、マトウの魔術は戒めとか強制とかそういうものだって聞くけど、レイジュだってマトウがいなかったらできなかったっていうし。
じゃあさくらの魔術は制約なのかな。けどそれだと
On that day, the magic Sakura used when the crestworm tortured her must have been Rider's power.
制約ではないと思う。それはマキリの禁呪であって得意とする魔術じゃないもの。まあ考えたところで意味ないわよ。さくらには魔術を使うだけの魔力がないもの。そんな余分な力真っ先に刻印中に食べられるんだから、魔術は組み立てられないはずよ。
そうか、それならいい。で 遠坂から見てさくらってどれぐらいの腕前なんだ？魔党の後継者ってことは同じぐらいなのか？
魔術回路の数で言うなら私と同じぐらいよ。シロ、私たちが姉妹ってこと忘れたの？
That's right. That's why they wanted to adopt her in the first place.
じゃあやっぱり遠坂と同じぐらい。
どうかしらね。私が五大元素でさくらは架空元素だったらしいわ。けど魔党は水属性だから無理やりそっちに変えられたのよ。鳥としてなら大空を飛べたものを無理やり海中に入れたらどうなると思う？
死ぬか、それとも。
そう、海中に適応する体を得るだけで精一杯よ。遠坂でなら大成しただろうけど、無理やり魔党にさせられたさくらはシロと変わらないわ。ううん、体を鍛えてある分あなたの方が何倍も強いでしょうね。
じゃあ仮に遠坂とさくらが魔術戦をすれば
10回中10回私の勝ち。さくらの魔力量じゃ私の防壁を突破できない。
I see. I couldn't figure out what kind of magus Sakura is, but I got to know their power balance. Tosuka isn't one to bluff, so she must be speaking the truth.
けど恥ずかしいな。さくらが魔術師だったことにも気づかなければさくらの腕前もわからない。これでさくらの保護者を気取ってたなんてとんだ大バカ者だ。
あのね、さくらは体内の魔力を刻印虫に食べられちゃうんだから、そばにいても魔術師だってわからないわよ。それにあの子はあなたにだけはバレないようにって頑張ってきたのよ。だからそんなこと間違っても本人の前で口にしないでよね。
She doesn't even need to tell me. Sakura is Sakura, even if she is a magus. First of all, I'm not that skillful. No matter who Sakura may really be, I can only treat her like I always have.
そうだな。遠坂がそれでいいって言うんなら俺は今までと同じようにさくらとやっていく。魔術師として手を貸してもらおうなんて思わないけど、それでいいんだな。
もちろんよ。あなたがさくらに頼ろうなんて言い出したら、その時はさくらを私の家に連れ戻してたところ。
Tosuka's kindness makes my heart jump. See? Tosuka really is a good sister.
けどそれも無理かな。さくら、あなたの家だと笑うんだもの。昨日から何が驚いたかって、それが一番驚いたわ。
Then, a look of happiness on her face, she says something odd.
笑うってさくらはその
She's always like that.
ええ、私の取り越し苦労だった
Oh,
け
you
どね。
fool.
そのさ、私はさくらとはあんまり話せないから、その代わりに暇さえあれば見てたのよ。あの子が私と同じ学園に入ってからは毎日のように弓道部に入り浸ってたし。
ああ、それは知ってるけど。
うん。それでね、しばらく経ってから気がついたのよ。
That's something I'm hearing for the first time, but I can't deny what she's saying. Come to think of it, Sakura always looked gloomy at school.
まあ、それもあなたがいる時だけは別だったけど、たまにシロウが弓道部に来た時はさくらだって笑ってた。要するにさくらが元気な時はエミやシロウが目の前にいる時だけなのよ。
Her words should make me happy, but
さくら、人前では笑わないのか。
they seem to hide a dangerous truth. It's past 1 o'clock when I return to my room. I sit down on my futon. Our patrol yielded nothing. All we did was confirm that this morning's news was real. Enemies we must defeat. Just thinking about them sends cold, nauseous feelings through me. Even a human could match Zoken or Assassin. But those two are different. I don't even know if the Black Shadow has a concept of death, and Saber is someone we don't even stand a chance against. But as long as there are victims, we can't just ignore them, saying we can't beat them.
アーチャーの腕か。
I put my hand on the red cloth. I have a weapon. I don't know how far this will get me, but I do have a weapon. The question is if I can manage it, and if my body can withstand it.
少しだけなら大丈夫だよな。
I untied the knot on the red cloth. The cloth loosens up, and blood flows into my arm. At that instant, I think I heard a beast's howl. I'm stabbed. My whole body is pierced. Is this pain? If this is pain, then the pain I've experienced until now isn't pain. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The floor's ruggedness, the softness of the futon hurts. It feels like I'm sitting on a mountain of swords. The air is poisonous, and I die 3 times as I breathe it in. Birds are chirping in the distance. The wind is strong. There's no moisture. My skin dries and turns into sand, flowing, scouring, crumbling. Tongs are inserted from the hollowed holes. 32 enter where my shoulder used to be. They carefully, accurately, and elaborately pierce my internal jugular vein, trachea, spinal cord, sympathetic nervous system, lobus superior pulmonis, lobus medius pulmonis dextri, lobus inferior pulmonis, main artery, heart, diaphragm, spleen, stomach, liver, gallbladder, and colon. It's crumbling. Time slows to an impossible crawl. I see 60 trillion cells crumbling apart at the rate of 3-4 knot per second. There is no pain. There is no pain. There is no pain. There is only fear. The end roll invades with amazing speed. The flashback stops with fantastical image. Death before my eyes, death past me, death at the moment. The pain is not physical, but only the explosion of negation every time death is thrown at me. I hear a sound. The sound of my head striking the floor. My eyes are hot. I realize I've been crying. Desperately, I stifle the scream building in my throat. I curl up, push my head against the floor, grab my left arm with my right hand, and just cry. I'm scared. The thing I've been missing since the fire 10 years ago. I'm scared. A natural fear for any living thing. I'm scared. For the first time in my life, I want to run away from my end. It's not because dying will hurt. It's not because I want to live. It's just because it fills me with dread. I tie up the red cloth. I tie the knot tight so that it'll never come loose again. I groan and cry. The priest said I'll die if I use my left arm. That's nonsense. I'll die if I take this cloth off. My body might be able to bear it, but my mind will die. My consciousness crumbled away when I loosened the cloth and my shoulder touched the outside air. I could not bear it. I cannot live without this cloth. No. If this arm is a contradictory existence that people should not associate with, my body, its death foretold, runs to the terminal station. The ship, with a crack in the bilge, can only sink to the ocean depths. The passengers unaware, too late for anything. My breath is running wild. I had a bad dream. I wiped the sweat off my forehead. I can't stand up. I stay cowered, bearing the strange pain. I can't remember. My left arm hurts. It hurts so much that I want to cut it off. I try to recall why it hurts, but I can't remember how to recollect anything in the past. The pain goes away. I gather up my consciousness. It must be because I was asleep. The dispersed memories look as if they can be cooked nicely, just like chopped onions. See, I can add color with soy sauce, add flavor with pepper, and add some potato starch to complete the dish. I murmur to myself. My head is good for nothing, but I can still manage to come up with a conclusion. In short, I don't have to eat something that's not good. My left arm is already gone. Nobody relies on something that's not there. Therefore, Emiyashiro has no weapon. This foreign body is something I must suppress using all my life, and will contaminate me for the rest of my life. Suppressing it with the cloth is meaningless. If I want to rid myself of this poison, there's only one way. Then cut it off. But I still hold on to my left arm. A gun is pointed at my forehead. An image of a trigger. The trigger is my left arm. Once pulled, the gun will fire, blowing my brains from my skull. I shudder. I hold my breath and stare at the white wall. Clutching my arm, I lie down. Then cut it off. I close my eyes. My whimpering finished, I decide to get some sleep for tomorrow. But we're not done yet. A small sound. I awaken to the sound of footsteps. I wake up my dozing mind. It's almost 2 o'clock. It hasn't even been 30 minutes since I fell asleep. I get up, still unconsciously holding on to my left arm.
Sakura.
Outside the room, I call out to the hallway where the footsteps came from. It's not that I know who's there. I just thought Sakura might be there. The door opens. Sakura steps through into my room. Biting her lip in embarrassment, she looks down as if unsure of what to say.
ごめんなさい、先輩。私。
Sakura apologizes. But I'm the one who should apologize. The reason why Sakura's here. I know well enough the pain she has to go through.
帰ったらすぐにさくらのところに行くべきだった。苦しい思いをさせてごめんな。
I stand up. I was so caught up with my left arm that I forgot about Sakura. I can't be forgiven even if I apologize.
先輩。
分かってる。さくらの準備ができているんならすぐに始めよう。
Sakura blushes and nods. There's nothing for her to be embarrassed about, but maybe Sakura feels the act of sucking blood is somehow indecent.
でも、
She looks down, seeming troubled. Oh, right. We can't start like this. she bit my finger before, but this time I can share my blood in a more practical way.
ちょっと待ってくれ。机に確か。
I stand up and turn toward my desk. But I unconsciously tried to move my left arm.
先輩、大丈夫ですか？
いや、なんでもない。ちょっと立ちくらみがしただけだ。
Damn, that's pitiful. I used my left arm and was reminded of the pain. Still, it shouldn't hurt so long as I have the cloth on, so what am I frightened about?
よし、あった。
I rummage through the desk with my right hand and pull out a box cutter. I push out the blade with a clicking noise, checking whether it's gotten chipped or dull. I can't make Sakura bite me, so I need to make myself bleed instead. It'd be easier if I had a syringe or something, but unfortunately I don't keep that kind of thing on hand. So in this case, all that's left is to quickly cut my arm and let the blood flow.
よしって。
My right hand is holding the box cutter. My left hand and the arm attached to it are wrapped up. This is stupid of me. If I'm holding the cutter in this hand, then of course I can only cut the other arm. Even loosening the cloth hurts, so cutting it is out of the question. But my left hand can't move well enough to hold it. I think about what to do, and I hear the echo of a howl. There's still time, it says. I don't need this arm, it says. Think about it. Just loosening the cloth causes you that much pain. So there's still time. There's a blade in your hand. You'll waste your life on sealing that invasive thing away. You'll live in perpetual fear of that explosive that could go off at any time. Even just its timer will be enough, so gouge it out with this box cutter. I freeze, holding the box cutter. I'd decided not to hold on to this regret anymore, but holding a blade brings it all back all of a sudden. My heart hammers cold and mechanical, and my eyes go out of focus.
先輩。
Her voice breaks the spell. I lower the box cutter and breathe deeply.
悪い。少し考え事をしてた。どうでもいいことだが気にしないでくれ。
そうなんですか。でも、先輩顔色が。
ちょっと胸焼けがしてるだけだ。今の桜に比べたら大したことじゃないさ。待ってろ。この程度の傷ならすぐに。
I move the box cutter lightly. The pain was really nothing to worry about, only a small sting.
よし、これなら。
The blood flows more quickly than I'd thought. Now to give it to Sakura. I drop the box cutter. Sakura stares at the cut on my arm and the trail of red liquid running along it. She goes limp as though her fright until now had been just an act. There's an intoxicated look in her eyes. Her moist, parted lips and pale throat move greedily. She twists her body as she crawls across the futon towards me on all fours. It's as if some sleek beast has taken Sakura's form.
Sakura.
I don't know what to say at this sudden change. All I can do now is hold out my arm, dripping with blood to the wrist now, to Sakura. blood drips from my fingers. It dribbles between her soft, wet lips. The blood continues dripping onto Sakura's outstretched tongue. Sakura raptly licks my fingers. I don't feel the pain from the cut, only the softness of Sakura's tongue at my arm. It's happening again. The irresistible sensation is coming back. The sight of Sakura licking my arm is beautiful and captivating. As though she hadn't been frightened just moments before, Sakura's charm stimulates my mind. It's as though she's lapping up honey. Sakura's lips gradually approach the cut. They cover the still bleeding wound. That indescribably pleasant feeling is back. All the strength goes out of my shoulders. It's a bewitching sweetness, different from when she was licking my fingers. I grit my teeth and hold back my voice. My blood is being taken, but the pleasant feeling pours in its place. I was stumbling over the grammar there. The pain from the cut becomes dim, and I can barely feel my right arm anymore. Sakura is pressed to my arm, drinking deeply. I know this is to replenish Sakura's magical energy, but to think it would be this sweet. Sakura's murmuring voice stimulates my nerves. The pleasure of her drinking my blood reaches all the way to the shoulder. My left arm is filled with pain and fear, while my right arm is filled with pleasure and loss.
Sakura.
I embrace Sakura. Holding her in the arm from which she's drinking, I bring her close to my chest. Still, she keeps drinking as though it's something delicious. The pleasure of the honey being sucked intoxicates me more than Sakura's soft body or the feeling of her lips at my arm. A hard-to-describe urge arises in my mind. I want to hold Sakura so tightly that she breaks. She continues to suck. It feels like she's sucking up my energy, not only my blood. Well, I mean, she kind of is. A thought enters my hazy mind. It reminds me of something. It doesn't matter. I don't care. How long did we stay like this? Sakura reluctantly separates her lips from my arm. My head is heavy. It feels like Sakura is still drinking from me. My mind feels like it's floating through the air. Still, I try to see if Sakura is okay. Sakura looks down remorsefully. With that, maybe because my magical and physical energy have been used up, the last of my tension disappears. The power in my mind turns off. I can't think of anything. I can't remember the gentleness of Sakura's arms or the pleasant feeling of her sucking my blood. It's like I just dreamed of giving Sakura my blood. I fall into a deep sleep. My tired body forgets about Sakura dressing my wound and returning to her room. The uneasiness in my mind, what happened tonight. I go back to the light sleep I was having an hour ago. interlude, but red. It is in a red sea. The familiar scenery is submerged in seawater, turning the town into an aquarium. Instead of air, something thick flows into the throat. The more it gasps for breath, the more of the heavy, watery substance it sucks in. So this has to be underwater. It gasps out that this is painful. It originally lived on land. It cannot possibly live underwater. It tries to reach the surface, and it eventually reaches the highest place in the town. The suffocation does not abate. It looks down at the town, lungs burning from lack of oxygen, and curses the peacefully sleeping townspeople. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. There's no air here. There's no pain here. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It drags corpses behind it. Its body is bright red with blood. It hurts, it hurts. Need more. It hurts. In its black hands are many corpses. The distorted hands grasp many dead bodies. Need more, need more, need more, need more. It smashes them, dyeing itself in red. Need more air. The air hurts. The water pressure is uncaring. The water pressure is unbearable. It smears the red blood all over its body. It probably thinks that the blood is the only watertight protection it has to live in this water. It reaches out its twisted hands. Illuminated by the moon, the dark hand becomes a giant shadow and descends to crush the town. She wakes up. She's breathing hard from her restless sleep. Astonished by the dream's realism, she hugs her feverish body. At that instant, her hands are wet with blood. She shuts her eyes and pulls her hands away. But when she looks again, they are clean. Although she knows it was just a hallucination, she can't stop trembling. She trembles. She trembles like a broken machine. She trembles so violently that bolts might spill from her ears. All the parts in her body will spill out like that. And the image is so frightening that she cannot stop trembling. She heads to the bathroom. She makes it only a few steps. Her quaking limbs will not follow her orders. She braces herself against a desk. Her vision wavers. She can't make it to the door. She can't even see it clearly. She can't remember what kind of a dream she was having, or why she got out of bed. She's broken. She can't remember anything. She can't think of anything. There is nothing but greed and hunger. She wants hot skin and kind words. She lies on the desk and shakes her head. Fear and infinite self-hatred. Something is wrong. Why hasn't she had enough? A few hours ago, she was given what she needed, but it hasn't filled her up at all. She was so glad, and she thought there could be no greater happiness, but she's not the least bit satisfied. She's probably empty, and that's why he alone cannot fill her up. But she doesn't want anyone else. She wants to be his for much longer. She wanted it at the cost of time, emotion, and other people, so why didn't she do so? And she naturally realizes that she can eliminate all of the things she just thought about. She feels dizzy. It's not so far-fetched. What's scary is that she really thought that it would be fun. She leans on the desk. She keeps her collapsing body steady. The frightening dream becomes clearer every day. The frightening dream becomes less frightening every day. She's breaking down. Until now, it was only her body. But now she is beginning to go mad. Moans escape her mouth. Her vague memory is no problem. It doesn't matter if she cannot remember what happened a few hours ago. She's not scared of being in bed forever. She's terrified of becoming something else. She doesn't want to become a bad person. If she slowly breaks down like this, she will go crazy in the end. She will probably become something that will cause him the most trouble. That's what terrifies her. It's scary to go crazy. It's more scary than anything else. If she does, he will not touch her, nor will he love her. She won't be able to be with him. She won't even know if she is with him. Not only that, if she loses her mind, he will be with another woman. She doesn't want that. She really doesn't want that. She always thought he should be with someone else, someone better suited to him, but she can no longer accept that. Because he is already hers. That's why it's frightening. She's scared of what she might do. She knows, yet there's no salvation. She cannot tell him of this dysfunction. If she tells him, it will be back to the cold road for her. She cannot return to the cold now that she has known warmth. She wants to keep smiling at him, but she knows what will be lost if this continues. Her wish is just a desire. She wishes for one person's happiness, yet her happiness requires the ruin of that same person. If she cannot do so, she should just break down and disappear. If she's going to go crazy, she should disappear now and become a monster in a place with no people. That should be the best choice. But she still clings to it. She wishes for more because it's warm and happy here. So why? Why is such a normal desire forbidden to her? She shakes off her weakness. She's not envious. She's not holding any grudges. She justifies her decision, saying that she merely wants to stay here. She shakes her head in denial. She shuts her dark mind with an empty head. There are no happy endings. She turns her eyes away from the obvious conclusion. Her hazy mind is already experiencing another nightmare. Forcing down her wish to be saved, she keeps on crying. Interlude out. And that is the end of day 11, my friends. So we're gonna go ahead and save it right here. return to the title screen. I thought this was going to be a shorter stream, but it ended up being really long anyways. Well, next week is day 12, and it does look to like actually be shorter. It's like very, very linear. There's like one decision in the entire day. And it's one that I have to make. Like, I only get one option on it, really, with the way I'm doing things here. So, yeah. So, next week we'll be getting into day 12 of Heaven's Feel. Tomorrow we are doing the, what's the event called? The Cowardly Hero and the Captive Princess event from Grand Blue. And Sunday we'll be playing more Night in the Woods. So, thank you to everybody who stopped by tonight, and I hope to see you all next time.